Go ahead and begin at 6 o'clock. Welcome to the Union Township Board of Trustees meeting. If you could please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all for being here tonight, and it's going to be a fun, good evening tonight. Mr. Campbell, let the record reflect that all three trustees are present. And also before I begin, relatively new this year, if you have a comment that you'd like to make, in the very back there's comment cards, and when we get up to the very start of the comments, we'll go ahead and collect those cards, and that's so we have your information in case we need to follow up with you and get back with you. But just make sure to fill those out before we get to the public comments. And gentlemen, we have a large agenda tonight. And so if anybody up here needs to recess for 5 minutes for whatever reason, just let me know and we can do that because it might be a long meeting. Okay, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for item number 1, approval of minutes for February 14th, 2023 business meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes, sir.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, next item is the I'll entertain a motion for February 28th, 2023 work session meeting minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call. Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. Campbell, is there any correspondence tonight?
No, sir, I have none. Thank you.
All right, perfect. Okay. And next item on the agenda is our proclamations and special presentations. This is always fun. This is where the part where we recognize employees for being with the township for longevity and for a number of years. And so we have 6 folks tonight. I believe they all should be here in attendance. And we have the service department, police department, and fire department, folks from all three. And so I'm going to start off with our service department, but what we'll do is, for the sake of time, we'll have you come up, and I'll give you your award here, and then I'll have you step off to the side, and then I'll bring on the police. Same thing, all 3 of those folks step off to the side. At the very end, we'll take a picture together, and for the sake of time. So with that, Mr. Jacob Riley from our service department, is he here? Mr. Taylor, see him? There's quite a few of you in the room, so it's okay. That's okay. That's okay. Okay, that's no problem. All right, so our police department. Starting off, we have Miss Jessica Haggerty and Chad Bullock and Rodney Combs. Come on up here. Jess, come on up. Good to see you. Appreciate you being here. 5 years of service. Here, come on. Yeah, step on up. Hey, is your family here?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah, point them out.
They're over there with the phones up. Take
Oh,
pictures.
awesome. Good. And your husband's with Miami Township as well, right?
Yes.
Lieutenant Reese, maybe try to put it on your agenda to get him to come on board with us. Appreciate that. Chief Mills will like that. Appreciate your service, 5 years, and very much. And I'll tell you, I say this jokingly, but also seriousness. We are lacking in female police officers, so make sure to try to recruit your friends. And but we appreciate you very much being with us 5 years. I hope you are here and retire here, and we're honored to have you here.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, do you have anything for Miss Jessica?
You hit the high notes there. So, I mean, it's been wonderful having you and your husband serving in the community. So it's regional. I mean, we've seen them all around, but the whole family serves, and that goes to everyone that we look at tonight and recognize: police, fire, and our service department. I mean, you all put in an incredible amount of time and resources, and this township couldn't be where it's at without you. So we really, truly appreciate what you do. And we try every day to be able to do what we can so that we can allow you to do your jobs efficiently and effectively. So thank you.
I don't really have anything to add. Just want to say thank you for your service.
Thank you, Jess. I'll give you this award here. Come on up here real quick. Appreciate you. 5 years. Thank you, Jess, very much. Absolutely. Pleasure. Absolutely. Next is Mr. Chad Bullock. How are you, sir?
How are you, sir?
It's good to see you. Yeah. And John, I believe you and I had
We did.
lunch with him
We did.
right before we came in office, right?
Great
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah, real good. Yeah. And so 20 years. And now I can't, is your family here as well?
No, sir.
Oh, okay. You cannot leave the podium and tell till you tell us a good story from the past 20 years. What comes to mind?
The memories of standing here, trying to come up with a story to tell.
That's hilarious. Sir, you are rounding third, and I hope you can stay here with us and until you retire. You're a good officer. Appreciate you very much. Absolutely. Yeah, it's our honor to recognize you. Gentlemen, do you have anything?
I just appreciate all the time and all the feedback and all the opportunities we ever get with that. So yeah, keep that coming. It's good. Thank you.
No, just, hey, appreciate you meeting with us for lunch that one day. I was at Grandma's Pizza in Mount Carmel.
That's right.
And, yeah, helping us to understand the police force and union negotiations and those kind of influences. And it's all very helpful information. Really appreciate that.
Thanks,
Thank
sir.
you for your service.
That was good. Thank you, sir. Oh, and then Chad, here you are, sir. 20 years. Very much. Appreciate you, sir. Very much. It's our honor. Appreciate you. Absolutely. And then Rodney Combs, 25 years.
Yes, sir.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good, sir. Thank
You
you.
okay?
Good.
Appreciate you being here 25 years.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. I assume you're going to probably retire here with us, right?
Yeah, I have 5-6 more years.
Yeah, good.
There we go.
No
We
hurry.
like that.
Is your family here as well?
They're not. They're working.
Oh, that's okay. I get it. I understand. Same thing. Any good stories that come to mind? You got to have one.
Way too many, sir. I've seen a lot of stuff over 25 years, but it's been a great place to work. I'm honored to be here.
We're honored to have you, sir. 25 years is a long time. Appreciate you being with us for a long time. Yeah, thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much. And then, Rodney, here's your 25-year award as well. Bless you, my friend.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks, Rodney. Appreciate you very much. Absolutely. Absolutely. And next up, we have our fire department. Two 25-year vet and a 20-year vet, Mr. Craig Forster, and then Mr. Mark Fife.
Come join us.
Craig, 20 years, sir. Appreciate you very much. For everyone here, which station do you work out of?
Station 52, on the platforms.
How's it going?
Well,
It's good?
yeah.
Yeah, good. You're not just saying that because the chief's over here.
I like the station.
Is your family here as well, or no?
Oh, no, no.
That's okay, no problem. So 20 years, appreciate your service, sir, very much, dedication, and I hope that you are still with us and retire here with us, so we're honored to have you here, sir, absolutely. And Mark,
Yes,
Assistant
sir.
Chief Fife, sir, 25 years,
Yes.
likewise. You plan on going anywhere?
Not unless you tell me I'm going somewhere. I hope that's not part of the plan.
No. Assistant Chief, you do a great job.
Thank you.
Appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you both for a long, 20 and 25 years. That says a lot. That says a lot. So appreciate you very much. Gentlemen, do you have anything like that?
Hey, just appreciate you, putting out fires and saving lives and saving kittens and puppies, Everybody loves the fire department.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
No, it's extremely busy, and I know over 20 and 25 years, you've seen the township grow and grow, and it's, that's again, you've got boots on the ground type of feedback that's always strong and sharp to hear, and it's, sometimes it's from a fire-related perspective, sometimes it's just, again, boots on the ground. You know this community very well, so we always appreciate that, so
Yeah.
thank you.
A lot of growth. It's been a great 25 years. I can't imagine spending it anywhere else. With a lot of great people that really allow us to keep moving forward. So just grateful to be here. And my dad was right when he told me that you'll be old before you know it. He's very correct.
Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
both very much. Here, I got your awards up here for you as well. Appreciate you, sir, very much, absolutely. Mark? Appreciate you, my friend, absolutely, yeah. And then,
Jake's here.
oh, did he come? Yeah. Oh, well, we gotta, embarrass him for being late.
I think he was setting up,
trying to
he was
get
setting up
things.
somewhere, yeah.
Jake, where's he at, Riley? Mr. Riley, come on down.
Come on down.
Jake, we're all looking at you, just so you know, okay?
Can't hear anything back there.
Oh, have you been back there the whole time?
Yeah.
That's,
Just say yes.
yeah, you got it. Jake, good to see you. 5 years of service. I got a question. How in the world do you put up with Mr. Taylor as your boss? How do you do that?
Some days, but no.
Yeah.
They're all great. They're all great.
Appreciate you very much. 5 years service. Is your family here at all?
My wife,
Oh, very cool. Okay.
she's.
I see her in the back. Yeah, yeah. Appreciate you 5 years. Where at in the service department are you out of?
Mainly the parks, but I
Cool.
kind of switch back and forth with the mechanic when he's out, so,
Okay, okay. How you doing with the geese problem? You taking care of it for us?
no, they're overrunning it.
We all love our geese, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Miss Ayers informed me right before our meeting, but they made a mistake on your plaque that we got for you. So, but I'll make sure Ms. Taylor gets that for you, to recognize you. 5 years service. I hope you're here with us for a long time. I know Ms. Taylor talks very good about you, so appreciate you, Jake, very much.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely, yeah. Make sure to step. Well, we're gonna take a picture with everyone here and come on down. So.
Okay.
It's a race to the podium every time. No, my race to it.
Okay, and gentlemen, next up is a special presentation from our great county engineer, Mr. Jeremy Evans. And Jeremy, I appreciate you being here. I know it's family time. Thanks for giving up your time to come and give us this presentation and on the Eichholz Road expansion project. A lot of times folks they just don't know what roads are township roads. They don't know what roads are county roads. So I appreciate you giving an update on what's going on with the county roads here in our township. So
Sure.
appreciate you
no
very
problem.
much.
I had no idea this evening that this would be such a popular topic.
They're all here for you, sir.
I will try to be brief and but give you some good information. You guys can get on to the more important part of your evening, but I appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thanks, sir.
You can go ahead and
Hey,
kick off.
transportation drives the economic development, so
Right, exactly.
appreciate what you do.
So just a quick location map. So we are sitting right now, in that red star, kind of in the middle of what we would refer to, I guess, as the Eastgate area. The project we're going to talk about is the Eichholz Roundabouts project, which is located just east of here. So the project kind of starts at Eastgate Square on Eichholz Road and goes east from there to the old school site, the 90-degree bend that we all love, and the stop signs that will go away very soon that we all hear a lot about. And then it'll go to north, and it ends there where the Clipper Lane project left off. So we'll look at this a little bit closer here in a few slides. So just a quick timeline, some history of the project. This started in 2015 when the TID hired a consultant to help with some planning activities. They did some data collection, some concepts, some preliminary cost estimating, that kind of stuff over a few years. And then in 2017, we took all of that information, wrapped it into a grant application to OKI, and we were successful that year, received grant funds. So shortly thereafter, the project kicked off design. As we worked through that process, part of that is the public meeting. Of course, this happened to fall for us in the kind of that weird post-COVID era, so public meetings still really weren't kind of a thing at the time. If there is anything good that came out of that COVID, I think this might be one of those things. We ended up having our public meeting virtually. ODOT had started that process a little bit before us. We weren't the first ones. But we found through the process that's actually pretty popular. So instead of getting together for a 2-hour window on some random evening to talk about the project, the public information is out there for a full month. And so people can kind of digest it as they have time, ask questions, get their questions answered. Which has actually turned out to be pretty good. I think since then, ODOT's kind of moved to a hybrid approach where they may have an in-person but still virtual. But anyways, that took place in 2021. for a month. From that feedback, we wrapped that into the plan development and worked towards final plans, which we completed in December, submitted those to ODOT. Just a few weeks ago, we received federal authorization to bid from ODOT, so they liked what we submitted. We advertised shortly thereafter. We'll open bids on March 23rd. If everything goes well, fingers crossed with that bid. It's a little scary with some of what we've seen coming back recently, but we should kick off construction here in the spring. That project will be a multi-seasonal project that'll wrap up in 2024. So let me go on to the next slide. So this is kind of a closer look. These slides are from that public involvement process. So things have been tweaked a little bit since then, but generally speaking, this is what the project will look like. So you can see again, if we start on the east side, the left side of the screen, that would be Eichholz and Eastgate Square. You can see Walmart there at the top of the screen in the middle. So Eichholz right now kind of makes a bend there at Eastgate Square, comes down to Glen Estee right across from the park. So that leg will actually be cul-de-saced close to the park, and the intersection at Eichholz and Glen Estee will go away. So that traffic signal that's there now will no longer exist. Eichholz will actually continue straight behind Walmart to a new roundabout, which is not far from the police station service department there, where Glen Estee kind of makes the bend. And then it continues on again over towards the school site, and it wraps up north towards Klepper Lane to tie into that project up there. I know that there's some development that's going to be taking place on the school site, and so they'll tie into the roundabout, and we're kind of coordinating with them, so it may not look exactly, again, what's on this screen. And then Larma and Wiebold, you can see on the screen, those two are connected. That was kind of the preliminary idea based on some of that public feedback. We heard that the residents in that area didn't like that concept. We talked to the township, because these are going to be township roads that they'll have to maintain. So we ended up cul-de-sacking those two. So there are going to be two cul-de-sacs that'll come in off of Clough Pike that seem to be the preferred. So that is one change that you'll see from here. And again, some of the benefit of that public feedback that we received.
So there'll be no more access from Glen Estee on those two?
Correct.
Okay.
That was part of the idea, was to streamline travel, the flow through Glen Estee. And
It's
so that was the
dangerous on those
reason.
roads too.
Yeah, that was the reason for them to make that. When it comes time to construction, of course, we'll know a little bit more once we have a contractor on board, but we anticipate that they'll start in that area kind of between Eastgate Square and that middle roundabout. So there shouldn't be a lot of traffic impacts in the early pieces of construction, because a lot of that stuff is kind of what we would call offline. Once they get that completed, I anticipate they'll move to the rest, but once we get someone on board, we'll have a little bit more information as far as schedule goes. Again, these are some renderings that came from that public involvement process. So in this photo, we're kind of hovering above the park. You can see Walmart is at the top of the screen. The roundabout to the left, kind of hidden in the trees there, will be the Eastgate Square. The one at the top on the right-hand side is kind of that middle roundabout. So again, very similar to what it's going to look like. These were prepared in that public involvement process. Go to the next one. Same idea, rendering again. This is the old school site. You can see where it wraps around to the north on Klepper. And you can see that right now it's a two-lane road in that stretch, so there'll be a lot more access for the residents and the streets in that area. And then this is looking from this direction, looking towards the east, down that main corridor. So you can see the new connection where it's going to run behind Walmart. The cul-de-sac off to the right, that's the leg that used to go down to Glen Estee. So again, just a good representation, helps visualize what to expect. Go to the next slide. So a project of this size obviously doesn't come cheap. So here are a summary of some of the expenses. Planning, design, and engineering, geotech, kind of the prep work that goes into all the plans. We've spent $1.1 million. Right-of-way acquisition services, so that is the consultant that we use to help us acquire right-of-way, appraisals, title reports, those kind of things. I've spent $325,000 on that process. The right-of-way itself, just over $4 million. That's an estimate. There are still a few cases out there that we need to settle, but hope to be very close to that number. Pre-bid construction activities, so part of that is the tree clearing that you see taking place right now. We had to do that in advance of the project because of timing. There's also part of that, about 200,000, back in 2017, shortly after the project kicked off, once we got grant funds, Echelon, you might remember, was developing. They needed some storm infrastructure to be in place from the project in order to tie into. So we went ahead and bid out part of that storm system for this project back in 2017 to accommodate Echelon. So that was part of that expense. Construction right now estimated at $7 million. Again, we'll know next week when we open bids where that falls. And then construction, engineering, inspection, $490,000. And then on the flip side, the funding, you can see it takes a lot of resources to pull together a project of this size. Total was 13.2, I didn't highlight that, 13.2 million. So that original grant that we got from OKI, $5 million. We got a second adjustment from OKI for $500,000. The federal community-directed funds, those came through Congressman Winstrup's office. The total there was actually $2 million that we received. Because of timing, ODOT hasn't received those funds yet. We may not be able to utilize the full $2 million amount, but we will utilize as much as possible. And that may change as timing goes forward. So hopefully up to 2, but at least close to $1 million from that those funds. ODOT Jobs and Commerce, $250,000. Clermont County Commissioners through ARPA funds have designated $2 million to the project. Water Resources, $168,000. That's just to cover some of the work that we're doing for them. The TID so far has spent almost $3.7 million, so a big significant piece there. Obviously, a lot of the design and some of those early activities were covered by the TID, excuse me, and the right-of-way as well. Township has contributed $261,000. So $122,000 of that. Township, owns a lot of property in the area. We needed some easements from those properties. Township, thank you, donated those easements. So that $122,000 is just kind of estimated based on the value of what we estimated for the project. Right-of-way costs, the rest of that amount came from that 2017 project. The county engineer and the township went together, acquired right-of-way for that storm that was put in place back in 2017. And then the $490,000 would come from the engineer's office in a way of project management and inspection. For project updates, you may have seen, if you follow us on social media, this map was published today. You'll start to see a lot of this stuff as the project gets underway. So this is the first road closure really associated with the project. This is from Duke Energy. The intersection of Eichholz and Eastgate Square will be closed starting on April 3rd for 10 days. I think those are daytime closures. But they've got some utility work to do, remove and relocate some power poles in advance of the project. If you need more information, you can find it on our county website, thecountyengineer.org, or the TID's website, the goclermont.org. But for these kind of updates, if you follow either page on social media, we do tend to share quite a bit, always post this information. Of course, these maps get sent out ahead of time to police, fire, schools, all the public agencies who would be affected. I will say also, that's all I have to say on this project, but the information, the work that's going on right now on 32 Buxton, that's all ODOT work. But if you follow us on social media, anytime we can share the information that they put out, we try to do that. We'll have some other projects in Union Township later this summer. We're working on the old 74 near Rumpke. We've got a bridge on Shaler. So all of that information, you can either find it on our website or social media as it comes about. We'll keep that updated. So happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Gentlemen, do you have any? Go ahead, Mr. Becker.
Hey, thank you for giving us this presentation.
Sure.
I really appreciate it. I'm sure the public does as well. So there's a whole lot of roundabouts in here.
Yes.
Those are controversial. Some people hate them.
Yes.
So why roundabouts as opposed to four-way stops? And what are the differences in safety in terms of accidents that occur in a roundabout versus a four-way stop? You got any, off the top of your head, any numbers on any of that?
Sure. So I don't know the statistics specifically, but yes, in general, roundabouts are safer.
Okay.
Not necessarily talking fewer accidents, but safer accidents, so less severe. Intersections tend to have those angle collisions or T-bone type crashes, which tend to be a little more serious. Traffic moves more efficiently through a roundabout than it would at a traffic signal where you've got that stop time. Even stop signs sometimes less efficient than a roundabout. So we're starting to see them throughout the region, not just in Clermont. I know Butler has a lot. There's a lot of counties that have a lot of that going on. So.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Salute.
Yeah, real quick, one, I love seeing the renderings for the sidewalks in there, because I think that's gonna really improve, something that this board's trying to move towards with the hike and bike and livability and connectivity, especially right there. I know we're close to Veterans Park, so
Sure.
a great kind of tertiary value add for this overall project's efficiencies and effectiveness. Real quick on the roundabouts, not from the same sense that Mr. Becker asked, but in a different sense, real quick. In front of Jungle Gyms, roundabout there, there's concrete that's poured. It's my understanding that, previously, years and years and years back, Mr. Jungle wanted to have a water tower in there, said like Jungle Gyms. And that's county type of land, or it's a little bit of we've had that discussion in the past, but as I look at these roundabouts, I notice the brick layout around it and then grass work in the middle. I mean, I assume line of sight and visibility, it's probably good not to have structures, but it's
Right.
kind of an open question, just anything you want to comment on.
That's fine. So in general, yes, try not to have too much in the roundabout, especially not something distracting, and for good reason, right? You got to be able to watch traffic, see where people are coming and going from, so you can travel safely. In the time since this project has started, the county has actually adopted a roundabout policy as far as landscape that can be put into that. If the township is interested in making those circles look nice, so they're not grass, we can talk offline or another time about what that could look like. We
Okay.
can have a maintenance agreement between the county and the township. We can dress those up a little bit.
Okay.
But there is a process in place now that didn't exist when some of these other roundabouts were built.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that feedback, and I think staff-wise, that's, as we continue to look at, that forward thinking of the overall connectivity, that's a touch point from an aspect of, even if it's kind of a low threshold of branding or, emblematic, lets you know it's Union Township in partnership with the county, but I mean,
Sure.
but as he said, it's a township road, so that might be something to consider, but again, I think low, so it's not a distraction, we don't want the less severe impacts of crashes to
Yeah,
happen.
and I don't have it memorized, but the policy does lay out the heights
Okay.
and your recommendations, so.
Phenomenal. Okay, great, cool. That's up. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good presentation, Mr. Evans. And then, personally, I like roundabouts. There's less likely of a chance of any of my friends here to pull me over when I do a California stop. So, and it was funny because you and I had a meeting. I was like, I drive on Glen Estee, Withensville every single day, right by Echelon and the old Glen Estee site. And I'm like, Jeremy, I hate that stop sign. I hate it. And what do I got to do to take it down? And because there's nothing there. There's no traffic. There's no reason for a stop sign. Be patient, Joe. It's all good. We're doing a roundabout there. So I can't wait. Maybe can you start that one first? I really appreciate that.
So, and just to follow up for everyone, I know I followed up with you, but we did look at that when the school went away. It doesn't make sense to have the stop signs there. I totally understand. But that curve was not designed for continuous through traffic. So if you have, especially if you have trucks and cars trying to pass each other in that turn without stopping, there's just not enough space. And so that's the reason that they were left.
Totally get it.
Yeah.
I'm just complaining.
So I think,
Good answer.
I think three quick follow-ups on that.
Sure.
So, one, sounds like maybe one or two of the trustees want to volunteer to help when that stop sign comes down. Number two, that stop sign, I've had many good conversations with some of the officers here because they've stayed parked in that area and they've probably looked for
They've seen me,
people
there's no
rolling
doubt.
through there a little too quick.
I think every officer knows what truck I drive here, so they see me.
And then three, I'm just thinking about this California turn you're talking about. I'm
Oh.
thinking about Chevy Chase and European Vacation and getting stuck on the roundabout. So, I mean, I don't know, Mr. Becker, let's not get stuck on the roundabout, right?
Yeah. But Mr. Evans,
Do
anything
you
else?
know what I'm referencing? When in their European Vacation, they get stuck on the roundabout, they can't get off? He doesn't know?
I don't
I
know.
know that later.
Oh, man,
How,
okay.
how long ago did that movie come out?
80s.
80s. Well, I don't recall.
All right, well, I'm sorry, I'll give everyone back time.
Mr. Evans, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Well
Thank
done,
you.
well
Thank
done.
you.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we are on to our next section, which is our public comments. And so, Mr. McCormick, if you wouldn't mind going up and grabbing those. And I'm going to say something before he goes and grabs those. Or you go ahead, Mr. McCormick. I noticed every one of these cards already turned in was for, if you're here to talk about the Panda Express,
One of the zoning
zoning or the Honda East zoning case, I would recommend not speaking now. I would recommend waiting when we actually get to that zoning case, because basically you're going to have to be repeating yourself. This is for public comments of anything that's going on, anything you want us to hear. But we do actually have specific cases for those two zoning cases, for the Panda Express and the Honda East expansion. This is your time. You're more than welcome to talk about it, but you're going to probably repeat yourself again when we actually bring the case up. So I'm just leaving that up to you. I would just recommend for either one of those two zoning cases to hold off until until we do those zoning cases. Was there any more?
Chairman?
Sure.
I would suggest, for the sake of the record, because we keep a record of the zoning hearings, that anyone that wishes to speak about the particular zoning matters, that they be heard during the zoning case for the sake of the record.
Roger that. Okay. So let me confirm. Honda. Okay. Every one of these is for the Honda expansion. So with that, we're going to hold off until we get to the zoning case, and no one for public comments. I think that's a first. Wow, okay, fantastic. So next item for personal actions, which if I was a gambling man, I bet 95% of this room is going to clear out when we get done with this one action. But it's very exciting. This does not happen very often, and I'm excited to get to this part. So gentlemen, actually, before we begin, I'm going to actually have Ms. Ayers introduce this action, if I could.
Thank you, sir. Before the board tonight is a recommendation of appointment for Anthony Reese, the position of Chief of Police. Since the retirement of Chief Gaviglia, we have been advertising and searching for our next Chief of Police. We received 28 resumes for the chief position from a wide variety of locations. Internally, we reviewed candidates. Finalists took part in interviews and a community breakfast to give local stakeholders a chance to meet them, hear their vision for Union Township. Following review of all the candidates, the interview process, the feedback received from the community at the breakfast and at other times, I am honored to present Lieutenant Anthony Reese for promotion to the rank of chief. Could you join us, sir? Lieutenant Reese was hired as a full-time police officer with the Union Township Police in June of 1998. Prior to his employment here, he attended University of Cincinnati, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, earned his Ohio Peace Officer certification from the University of Cincinnati Clermont College Police Academy. As a patrolman, Lieutenant Reese served as a field training officer. In July 2002, he was assigned to the investigation section. After serving as a detective for nearly 4 years, Lieutenant Reese was promoted to the rank of sergeant in January of 2006. While serving as patrol sergeant, Tony attended the Southern Police Institute Administrative Officers course in the fall of 2007, where he graduated with honors. In December of 2013, Lieutenant Reese earned his master's degree in public administration from Northern Kentucky University, graduating summa cum laude. In February of 2015, then Sergeant Reese was promoted to lieutenant and assigned to Operations and Staff Services Bureau Commander. Tony remains a resident of the township, stays active in the community through numerous community groups. Since joining the police department in 1998, Lieutenant Reese has demonstrated through consistent top performance his commitment to serving the citizens of Union Township. I am honored to recommend to the board the promotion of Lieutenant Anthony S. Reese for promotion to the rank of chief effective March 14th, 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, I will entertain a motion to appoint Tony Reese to the position of Chief of Police effective March 14, 2023, at an annual salary of $128,474.25.
So moved.
Second.
Gentlemen, any discussion?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Lieutenant Reese and I go back a long time. I think we first met when I was in one of the police academies. Then as a state representative, we had multiple conversations, constituent issues of different types, and I remember talking about some of the neighborhood watches and that sort of thing. Lieutenant Reese has been very popular in the community. A lot of people, as I've gotten feedback on social media and from other sources, it's all, I'd have to say it was unanimous from the public, from social media and such, to go with Lieutenant Reese. Frankly, going into this whole process, I thought this was going to be just a rubber stamp, a no-brainer. As it turned out, we had a couple of good candidates that stepped up, very good candidates. And, it caused all of us really to kind of take a second look. Is Lieutenant Reese really the best guy? And upon further consideration, and what all our choices were, and amongst very good choices, which is a great problem to have, I'm thinking Ms. Ayers has made the best decision, the right decision, to bring you to us as the recommended person.
Thank you, John. Mr. Luke?
You know, I think on the time that we've had some discussions, again, from my time on as board, it's been very informative to hear your feedback and perspective and your vision of, you know, how you always supported the leadership that you worked for and within the organization. I think that's critical all the way through, to have great leaders that it's regardless of rank, you know, the people that are able to be effective and influential and helps to move the overall organization towards the mission, vision that you execute towards. And I think that's just, you know, that's something that you've been out in the community. You know, I think that's the manner in which you put yourself out there in the community, and organically, that's something that after, you know, years and years and years of that, you know, as Mr. Becker said, he's probably not the only person that randomly received a message or a call or something on your behalf. And that's, I mean, I think that just, it goes back to the fact that so many years of your life, I know that you've been committed to, you and your family, because I mean, and everyone's family all serves, you know, but I'm sure that you've seen Lieutenant Reese, you know, going away, being part of Rotary and doing these different aspects. And, you know, that's something that he's doing. He's going out there to put Union Township also. You know, I know it's in your personal capacity, but at the same rate, you know, you are who you are and you're representing. You know, so that's, you know, it's significantly impactful. I was just making a note here and looking at, you know, what's the age of your boys right now?
Kyle's 19 and Jake's 17.
19 and 17. Okay, so when you went away in 2007, they were
babies.
They were babies. Yeah, I know that's about a 3-month, right? About 3-month period that all of our officers, when they go away to Southern Police Institute to help develop them into that leadership position. And, you know, it's a huge time and commitment and sacrifice on the family. And, you know, Tracy's giving me a look like, oh yeah. So, you know, boys and Tracy, you just gotta be so proud of your father. And, you know, so another, you know, funny thing is if you guys gotten a chance, or I'd recommend, I mean, do a ride along with this guy. I mean, I don't know, somehow he orchestrated that. My ride along was just jam packed and exciting.
You got lucky.
Yeah, yeah. So, but no, it's great. So I just, you know, I commend you for this, and Miss Ayers, difficult, extremely difficult. But like Trustee Becker said, you know, it's a great problem to have when you can have such extreme competition. And so that is a testament to the type of investment, development, and culture that all of you are impactful, influential leaders throughout this community and your organization that you're part of and what you represent. And that comes from leadership before you and the leadership that's going to follow in your footsteps, and you just always got to keep that in mind. So, you know, to round it out, yeah, I believe in Lieutenant Reese's experience, leadership, and dedication to serving the community, and they'll be invaluable in this role. And I'm confident that he'll continue to lead that department with integrity and professionalism, and just wish you the best with the new position and as you pin on, provided that's where the vote goes. So, appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. Before I talk about you, Lieutenant Reese, I want to talk about Lieutenant Blankenship real quick. Scott, the board, not the Board of Trustees, but the hiring board that did the interview process, they said this was daggone near a coin flip. You presented a good case. Sir, you are very well respected. And I just want you to know that. Know that I love having you here. I know you're eligible for retirement. I don't know what your futures are. I hope you stay here, but I want you to know if you deserve to be a police chief. And so if that's the route you decide to take, you have my full support, and I think I speak for both of them as well, that you have our full support. We'll help you any way we can, and we commend you and respect you very much. I just want you to know that. So thank you for your time, and thank you for, this was a very tough decision for the hiring board. I want you to know that. Lieutenant Reese, Tony, you I'm actually going to start off opposite. I'm going to start off with some constructive first. And so you've got big shoes to fill. I'm going to still call him Chief. Chief Gaviglia is right here. And you've got very big shoes to fill. I mean, he did a very fine job with our police department. But, I mean, the good news is he trained you. And so you have very big shoes to fill, sir. There's right at 50,000 residents in Union Township. And they're now under your watch, your care. You know, and so it's a big responsibility. I'm going to challenge you to do a couple things. I know I joked about it when Officer Haggerty was up here, when Jess was up here. We need more women in our police force. I'm going to challenge you to go out and try to recruit to get more women on our police force. Also, I think we need more ethnicity on our police force as well. Just a couple things I want you to keep a look at on aisle 4 as well. Stay engaged and involved in the community. Don't sit in your desk, you know, but you do a great job at that. I think everyone in the community already knows you, so that'll be an easy task for you. But just don't forget to keep doing that. I want everyone to know that Tony Reese is our chief. So there's a book. It's one of my top 5 favorite books. It's called Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. He's a former Navy SEAL, and it means taking ownership in every aspect of your life, whether it's directly or indirectly your fault. If you have an officer that screws up, it's your fault. If you have an officer that does well, it's your fault. And I want you to have extreme ownership, no matter what. Even if you weren't there, still, it's your responsibility, sir. It's a big responsibility. But I know you're going to be able to handle it very well. I like your style of policing. There's the 90s style, then there's the new 2000s style. And I think that we're in the 2000s style, and you're going to do very well in this position. I think you have the respect of your officers, and there's no doubt you have the respect of the community. And so you've always been easy to talk to. As a man, as a police officer, trustee, if I ever called you or anything, you've always been there to answer my phone call, easy to talk to, approachable, and that's what I like about you, is I feel like anyone, whether they're a CEO of a Fortune 500 company or homeless, they could approach you and you're easy to talk to. I like that about you. And so there's no doubt. And so to your family, thank you for lending us your husband. Appreciate you very much. And he's got big shoes to fill, but he's going to do a fine job. And so that is all I have, sir. Just wanted you to know that you have my full respect, and I'm excited for this new role for you. And I'm excited for Union Township. This is big, and there's no doubt you're going to lead this force. So,
Thank you.
All good. And so, Mr. Campbell.
One final comment.
Oh, please.
You know, I do want to say, and, you know, the chairman summed it up quite well, and I think I really speak for everybody in this room, frankly, the entire community. You have earned our respect and our confidence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, sir.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Let me think about it for a minute.
Only you.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our new police chief at Union Township. And so, gentlemen, with that, I would like to enter a motion into recess. So, Mr. Reese, I'm sorry, Chief Reese can have his swearing-in ceremony. Is there a motion?
Do we need a motion?
We do.
Yes.
So moved, yes. Moved.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're into recess at 6:44 PM. Thank you.
right hand and repeat after me. I, Anthony Stephen Reese, do solemnly swear
I, Anthony Stephen Reese, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Ohio,
and the Constitution and laws of the state of Ohio,
and that I will faithfully discharge
and that I will faithfully discharge
the duties of Chief of Police
the duties of Chief of Police
of the Union Township Police Department,
of the Union Township Police Department,
to which office I have been appointed
to which office I have been appointed,
according to law,
according to law,
to the best of my ability, so help me God.
to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Congratulations.
Actually, I'll turn this around real quick. Wow. I'm usually pretty good in these situations. I can usually wing it. But tonight is just too important, not because of me, but because of all the people that are here tonight that have helped me get here. First of all, I want to thank Judge Brock. Nobody else I'd rather have up here. I appreciate you doing that for me, Judge.
I'm honored for you to ask me that.
Thank you. And for everybody here, I'm very humbled to have so many people here. So many people that have been instrumental to me. So, like I said, I'm not going to wing this, and I've got a few comments. And I want to sincerely thank the Board of Trustees and Mrs. Ayers, not only for this opportunity, but for their trust and the confidence that they have in me to lead this department. It is a tremendous responsibility, and it's not one that I take for granted. I love Union Township, and I care about Union Township. I was raised here. I went to school here. Chose to raise my family here, and I started my career here. It's the only place I've ever wanted to be. Putting myself in the position to lead this department came with a lot of work, but it also came because of the support of a lot of wonderful people along the way, many of which are here tonight. And I want to thank the board for allowing me a few minutes to recognize these people. Chief Tom Knox and Ken Geis, for hiring me back in 1998 and believing in a 25-year-old whose really only work experience was tending bar down on the Ohio River to put his way through college. So I appreciate the confidence. Oh, boy. Chief Terry Zinzer and Chief Scott Caviglia for promoting me and having faith in me to be part of their command staff, and who were instrumental in my development and setting me on a career path to be able to achieve this. Oh, my mom, who's here tonight, and my dad, who I know is watching from up above, and my dad, who told me years ago that he would never worry about me doing this because he knew I had the temperament for the job, and I think he was right. Nobody ever had two better parents or role models to teach them how to work hard for themselves and their families. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. My three older sisters, Wendy, Sherry, and Sandra, who've always looked out for their baby brother. And they're still doing that. As you can see, they're here tonight. I appreciate them so much. Chief Sue Matson, who's here tonight. One of the best supervisors I ever had, and really taught me how to lead for people, lead my people and care for people. And she's always supported me. Sue, thank you for being here tonight. A tremendous group of patrol sergeants who've always had my back, and they were the reason that I slept well at night as the operations lieutenant, knowing that they had things covered. Mike White, I know they're all here tonight, so I don't know where they're at. Mike White, Jeff Brown, Eric Williams, Chief Eric Williams now. Greg Jasper, Rick Wagner, Dave Combs, Chris Wilson. Wow. Thanks for all your support and your loyalty throughout the years and having my back. Great group of sergeants. Lieutenant Scott Blankenship, an absolute bulldog of a detective, and who is a big reason that this department has had so much success. Scott, I have such a tremendous amount of respect and appreciation for you. You took so much off my plate over the years, and it's a big reason why I'm standing up here today. Thank you, Scott. The men and women of the Union Township Police Department who work so hard every day for me and this administration. You know, they work all hours. They work weekends, they work holidays, they work in bad weather, time away from their families. I'm so proud of them and so thankful for them, for their hard work and their loyalty, and for being here tonight to support me. Our CPA volunteers, I know a lot of them are out there, and alumni, many of who are here tonight, I have a special place in my heart for them. I think they know that. They've supported me since day one. They continue to give their time to this department and to this township because they believe in this department and they believe in service to the township. So thank you to all my alumni that are here tonight. To all our county leaders that have supported me so much in this process, many of them are here tonight: Sheriff Leahy, Chief Deputy Chris Stratton, Chief Mike Mills, Chief Jamie Mills, Major Chris Kedeman of the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office, Clermont County Chamber President Joy Lytle, who's a close and personal friend of mine. Joy, thank you for your support. And to our department heads, Chief Dimling and Matt Taylor. Anytime I've ever needed anything, or the police department has needed anything, both these men have been there for me, never asked for anything in return. I really appreciate them, and I'm looking forward to working with all these leaders moving forward. Lastly, and certainly not least, to my wife, Tracy, my best friend, who's always been supportive of my career and always been there for me. As Mr. Logue so elegantly put it, she never complained when I went off to command school in Louisville back in 2007 for 12 weeks, even though we had 2 babies at home who were big guys now. She never complained when I went back to school in 2014 to get my graduate degree, working in the day, taking classes at night that took away from our family time, or when I had to work weekends and holidays and I missed Christmas mornings with her and the boys, or family functions in general. She never complained. She gave up her career in 2003 when we started a family to support my career, and she stayed home to raise our boys, and it's the big reason that we have 2 tremendous, wonderful young men sitting here today, Kyle and Jake. Lastly, I'm a big believer in servant leadership, and my job and the job of this command staff is to set the compass and the course for the police department, to set expectations and to keep the ship moving in the right direction. But as a servant leader, it's also about giving these men and women of the police department the tools and the equipment and the support to do what they so enthusiastically signed up to do, and that's serve the residents of our township to the best of their ability, and they do it every day. So proud of our officers. They're ready for that. I'm ready for that, and I'm so proud of them. I'm so proud of everything we've accomplished. I promise to build on all our successes, to continue to make our residents and our board proud, and to fulfill our mission statement and make Union Township a safe place to live, work, and raise a family. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my absolute pleasure to award Chief Reese, who would have thought all this went back certificate of promotion. Tradition that started with Tom Knox many years ago, to Terry Zinser, to me, down to Chief Reese. I'm presenting him his Cheese Eagles. These get heavy. Sir, wear them with pride and integrity and always do what's best, regardless of what anybody thinks. And the weight will get lighter. Today it's my absolute pleasure. I couldn't be more proud. Very excited. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. I'm going to step aside.
must be phase 2.
See you again, yeah, last time was at Miami Township, I came over here, so yeah. How about you?
How are you doing? Oh, winding down. Get close to you. Yeah. You enjoying your time? That's good. That's good. Good. Good to see you. Already do. Oh, here, do you want us to take that? Yes. Is this how? Yeah.
ahead and return. Gentlemen, I will entertain a motion to return to session.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker,
Yes.
Mr. Logue,
Yes.
and Mr. Dills.
Yes.
We'll return to session at 7:10 PM.
Perfect, thank you, sir. Okay, so our next item on the agenda is our department reports from each department head, and we will start with Chief Stan Dimling with our fire and EMS service. Sir?
Thank you, Mr. Dills. For the month of February 2023, the department made 175 fire and service calls, 500 emergency medical responses with 503 total patients, and we transported 364 times to local hospitals. The fire department completed 1,961 hours of training, handled 17 public education details. We had 24 hours of EMT medic doctor ride-along time on the paramedic units, completed 270 fire safety inspections, and we had one joint inspection with the Clermont County Building Department, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chief. Gentlemen, do you have any questions for the chief? Mr. Logue?
No, thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Chief, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate it very much. Next department is our police department, but we're going to let Chief Reese go have a fun night with his family and friends tonight. So with that, our administrator, Ms. Susan Ayers, will take over for him tonight. Ms. Ayers?
I'm going to be the very poor substitute for the police department, but indicated on their report for this month, the communications center handled 3,264 calls for service for police, fire, and EMS, 4,477 total calls. 424 juvenile and adult court-related documents have been processed by the PD records section for delivery to the clerk of court for processing. 71 court notices have been entered for officers' personal appearance for various up-and-coming court cases. 24 Rule 16 processed for the prosecutor's office. 1 vendor permit issued this month. 137 record requests. Officers conducted active shooter training at Fairfax Credit Union in February. Officers also hosted Citizen Rider and participated in law enforcement career fair at West Clermont High School for the month. Completed 212 hours of total training. I believe that'll conclude my report for this time.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, any questions for Ms. Ayers?
Thank you. Appreciate it, Ms. Ayers. And I thought you were, a great substitute for the report of
Thank you.
police chief tonight.
You might have even done a better job. I'm just kidding. All right. Moving on to our service department, Mr. Matt Taylor, our director.
Thank you, Mr. Dills. In the cemetery division, from February 1st through the 28th, 13 burials were performed, generating $6,100. 5 resident graves were purchased, generating $2,750. 2 cremation scattering gardens were purchased, generating $1,000. The total amount generated for the period was $14,040.60. In the roads division, a total of 22 work orders were completed on 20 township roads, and employees attended training in ergonomics, ethics, and lockout, tagout. In the parks division, the playground inspections were performed on all township playgrounds, and any of the necessary repairs were made. A pre-emergent was applied to all the township landscape beds, and staff trimmed all the knockout roses in the landscape beds as well. So, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Gentlemen, any questions at all for Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor, I'm looking forward to seeing everything start blooming, and I know we had some snow recently, and that probably was a frustration to you and the whole crew, especially that 75-degree weather we had just recently. So anyway, looking forward to seeing everything bloom, and I admire the work that everyone gets done. I'll leave it at that because I know we have a packed agenda for tonight. So
Thank you, sir.
I agree with Mr. Logue, and I'm done worrying about snow. I'm done. I'm done.
You and me both.
Let's move on with the flowers and springtime and the good weather. And, no, good job, Mr. Taylor. And our next department is our Development Director for Planning and Zoning, Mr. Mark McCormick. Sir?
For February, we had 41 inspections, 4 complaints, 1 unfounded complaint, 3 warning citations, 1 15-day non-compliance letter, no 30-day violation letters or matters forwarded to the township attorney, 6 cases resolved, 215 legal signs removed, 16 miscellaneous issues reported, 6 violations for the monthly total, 8 re-inspections and violations, and no nuisances filed. For permit activity, we had no commercial permits, two changes of uses, 6 signs, no portable signs, 2 temporary sales, no temporary trailers or signs, 8 single-family dwelling units, no multifamily dwelling units, 5 additions, 1 deck, 2 accessory permits, and 9 pools or fence permits, for a monthly total of 35 permits. Total revenue was $7,405, and February's revenue for the fire department permits was $150. The only other thing I was going to add is we did get the new public hearing signs, and I sent to you a picture of those this evening.
Gentlemen, any questions for Mr. McCormick?
None. Thank you, Mr. McCormick, and great work with getting the sign. I think that's going to be a value add around the community. Just help to show people you actually get the physical location type of feel for when there's going to be a potential upcoming change and some way to get some information. So I think it's a great transparency at the forefront for the community, so thank you.
Yeah, well said. You think these folks, whoever they are, would get the hint? I see 303 signs removed, 215 signs removed. Last year, we had record numbers of illegal signs removed all over the place. I think they'd get the hint by now.
$5 a sign, that adds up.
Yeah, but I agree. I love the idea of throwing out the signs, for us to put out signs to notify residents of any potential changes that might be happening, zoning changes. Great idea. Any way we can communicate with the residents more. So, well done, Mr. McCormick. And, okay, let's start with, our next item on the agenda is, our administrator, Ms. Susan Ayers. Ms. Susan Ayers?
I will keep this brief, sir. Open checkbook is up to date, so we are moving forward with the financial reporting and transparency aspects. We are working on finalizing the closing for the Glen Estee campus property that we've been working on. That should close this week for Phase 2. I know they have been anxious in starting construction here probably within the next month. So we're looking forward to seeing what happens on that site. We are moving forward with our grant funding and working on getting some bidding ready to go for new pickleball courts at Clermont Park. I anticipate next month we will have some bidding documents for that. And we are working on some ideas with the Parks and Recreation Committee about the new playgrounds at Clermont. So we're excited to see those move forward. The Parks and Recreation Committee will meet tomorrow in this building at 6 p.m. in the Riverview Room. So if anyone would like to join us, we welcome that feedback. We are still shooting for a new go-live date on our website, the first part of May. And we've been working with the team at Civic Plus to get that accomplished. We have also been working through the goals we've talked about on the Eastgate Mall planning and redevelopment. The group of internal staff met with our finalists and have narrowed it down to one company that we're working to get some contracts. I hope that we will have that for your review at the next meeting. On this agenda, we have junk days that we're looking forward to bringing back, as well as the farmer's market. I would note for the record, there are a couple of changes to the farmer's market. I know that last year we started in April, May. Experience said that might have been a bit early. There was not enough fresh produce available and things from the growing season. So we're going to push it back till June this year. And then also there were some concerns from vendors about being able to access facilities and things needed. So we're going to move it a little bit closer, keeping it still in the Civic Center parking lot, but move it from over in the park and ride towards the pine trees so that it's a little bit easier to access the facilities and that people still have the ability to get in and out efficiently. The rest of the matters I have, I believe, are for items later on the agenda. So I will complete my report there. Oh, I apologize. One additional one. We have had our Community Economic and Development Survey open for the community. That will stay open until March the 21st, so one more week. So far, we've received 359 responses. Nice. So excited about that and what the results have been. So just encouraging everyone listening or here to go out to our website. There's a link, or there's at various community locations and emails, a link to get to that survey, and we welcome everyone's responses.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, anything, Mr. Becker?
Yeah, just a quick comment on the farmer's market. Yeah, I think that's a real good idea, moving it to where you want to move it. Because I spent a lot of time at the farmer's market last year, especially at the bakery table and the Happy Cows, and it's very calorie intensive. But also just as a safety issue, because there was issues with cars, with the park and ride right there, cars going in and out, and where it was, a lot of pedestrians close to the driveway. So I think it's just smarter for multiple reasons to move it where you want to move it to. That was a good idea, thank you.
Yeah, real quick, I'll just, a couple comments here. One is just kind of a compliment to Miss Ayers, how she's been, this is March. Last March, we hired her, and she's, look, I've seen her to be highly capable and experienced township administrator, and she's demonstrated exceptional leadership and skills. Her knowledge, expertise, and commitment to the service have just made her an invaluable asset to this community and Union Township, and we recognize and see that, even having to make those difficult decisions. And she's asked to make difficult decisions all the time and balance quite a lot. Probably like what was shared before, the load on the shoulders is heavy. So anyway, we appreciate and support what you do. And I also want to recognize too, it was ironic. I don't know if anyone else picked it up last year, but not to take away from the significance of hiring Miss Ayers when we hired her last year, to our senior leadership staff position in Union Township, but it was March 8th, and I recall this, it was International Women's Day, and this is March, and it's International Women's Month, and I think that was kind of uniquely very cool that the universe kind of brought Miss Ayers to Union Township, and our meeting just so happened to fall on that day specifically of International Women's Day, so I just want to recognize that. So, a couple quick comments here. Gentlemen, I was going to put it on your radar, and it's one of those things that, for Miss Ayers and the staff and Mr. Taylor and the master planning that goes with the parks, to keep in mind. I'm a very big proponent of, like, if we are going to do something, let's be excellent and be great at it. It's great that we've recovered and received the grant funding for pickleball courts and the CDBG grant for the playground area there, but I also want to say, when we had the transaction previously to sell the park over by 275 to TQL for their expansion, that was $1 million, roughly $1.2 million. So I think it's something to keep on mind as far as that's an investment of taxpayer funds that we could do back into the parks overall. I think we need to be strategic on how that gets allocated. It becomes hard and difficult decisions. But on that same note, I know as things progress with Klepper Park, if anyone's pickleball players or anyone's out there and get involved in the community, you'll hear and learn little, things that make a multi-generational sport like that and a facility exceptional, where people want to come and travel from, I've heard, and seen this, hours, 1, 2 hours, 3 hours away to get great play on a great court and facility. A lot of jurisdictions can, do what they need to do within a limited budget, but sometimes it's having the fencing too close to the courts, and people are running, they're trying to play, and they're slamming, into the fence, and it doesn't make for the great environment of play. So I just want to put it on the radar that as we continue to get feedback, that we make sure that when we're going to invest something, that we make it, the best around that it can be and exceptional. So if you've looked at any of the drawings on the pickleball courts right now, I know there's also itemized out for a tennis court, and I think that that's kind of going away in the past. We have a tennis court right now at Veterans Park, so I, for one, am kind of interested in seeing more of the pickleball court and more of the fencing to give adequate space around the courts for better and enhanced play. And I also want to share that recently did a quick visit with A&P Technologies, which you'd say, how's this relate, or how's this tie into Klepper Park? Well, they're right there by the elementary, and we're talking about right now, last meeting, about sidewalk and connectivity. And I brought up to A&P Technology about, what are their employees like? What do they like to get out and do? And told them about the sidewalk that was going to be near the school there, which is along their back perimeter. I said, would that concern you? Would you need, would you like that be connected, or would you like it kind of private and secluded off, because they work some very unique projects and have some proprietary information in their locations there. But they're very excited about the connectivity, and they're very excited because that connectivity takes them to Klepper Park and takes them to different places like, brought up pickleball, and they're very excited about that. So I just, I think that's something that can be, missed if we're not keeping our eye on the ball, and just want to ask that as we continue to move forward with master planning, that as a board we keep in consideration. I think it's great that we're getting that strong feedback from the community, so we'll see where that weighs in, but I just want us to continue to raise that bar and be excellent where we can be excellent. So that's it for my comments on that. Thank you, Ms. Ayers.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. I did not know it was Women's Month, that on March 8th, so appreciate that. Yeah, Ms. Ayers, well done, good job. I know you're doing a lot, appreciate you very much. Okay, we are now on to public hearings. So our first zoning case will be for Union Township zoning case number 1-23-0. Applicant CFT NV Development LLC is requesting a focus area overlay district plan approval for parcel 413104, B as in Bravo, 037, to facilitate construction of Panda Express restaurant. And before we open the zoning case up, Mr. McCormick, would you like to take over, please?
Yes, thank you. So the nature of the request was what you pointed out. It's an overlay request at 4458 Glen Estee Withensville Road with the parcel number indicated here on this slide, and the size is 1.033 acres. Zoning is business, and it's in the central retail commercial corridor. We'll go over the presentation as well as the staff report, kind of coinciding with each other. The location of the proposed overlay district is immediately northeast to the Eastgate North Drive and Glen Estee Withensville Road intersection, as indicated here in this slide. There's a car wash currently on that property. The property is zoned B1, as indicated earlier, with all the adjoining properties zoned PD. The 2030 Union Township Comprehensive Land Use Plan indicates the proposals in the central corridor. Currently, this portion of the corridor contains a variety of commercial business uses. Particular property abuts Old 74, Summerside, Willowville mixed-use corridor, and is adjacent to a multifamily PD, which is immediately east of the site. That's what that PD is to the east there. This corridor continues to remain the primary commercial area within the township, with new development activities, including infill development, remaining steady. Among other things in the plan calls for architectural standards that promote cohesive and attractive design and enhance quality of life. Sidewalks in the area, shared driveway, and parking configurations wherever practical, and site developments to be conducted in a manner that focuses on maximizing land use efficiency with infill development. For commercial development, the use of traditional building materials, adequate vegetative buffering, landscaping strategies along shared properties, and landscaping enhancements along the corridor is also required in accordance with the plan. Pause here. So the relevant sections of code are in Article 13 of the zoning resolution. Section 13 outlines the purposes of the overlay districts. Section 13:10, you see applications in these districts shall be made pursuant to these, to this section. Item number 5, the Board of Trustees shall consider the overlay district application, make appropriate findings of fact, and adopt a motion approving or denying the application. And prior to entering a final decision, the Board of Trustees may direct that further data be provided if necessary to make an informed decision. So the applicant's proposal involves the construction of a one-story, 2,600 square foot freestanding building. As I mentioned earlier, their site contains an existing car wash, which I'm not sure is even in use anymore at this point. It shares a service drive called Information Place on part of it, with the library to the south and some other businesses to the north. This is an overlay in this slide of the proposed building. You can see the proposed, a Panda Express is proposed in the area. It's a similar area footprint of where the car wash is, with the parking in front and the driveway on the east side of the lot. Project is considered of a high quality traditional building materials with significant landscaping and screening improvements. This is the landscaping plan that we received initially. This has actually been updated, and I did not get it updated for this particular slide. All of the parking that you see on the top part of the screen, except for the first 3 spaces in the upper right-hand corner, have been eliminated because those other spaces were located in the right-of-way, and the applicant found out within the last couple of days that they were not allowed to have parking spaces in the road right-of-way. So that those are all gone, and the landscaping has been adjusted and the parking has been adjusted, which is actually an improvement in staff's opinion. These are the proposed architectural elevations minus any of the signage at this point. The applicant has proposed also a sidewalk, which was not on the initial plan, but is on the plans that we received earlier today. I went through those plans and updated the staff report, and then the staff report's going to be a little condensed compared to what you received earlier at the very end here. This is the site looking north on the oblique and what surrounds it. In terms of the staff review, a review of the overlay district application indicates the proposal is consistent with the recommendations of the adopted land use plan as well as the purpose and intent of the overlay district regulations. Meets all the setback standards, and the exterior of the building is complementary in nature to the design standards established by the other recent development within the central corridor area. The proposed reconfigured site design would maximize potential development area of the site, creating more than enough parking while also allowing for the landscaping enhancements, the sidewalk, and stormwater improvements to the property. Signage package has been included with all monument signage, and wall signage is consistent with the surrounding properties. And although the landscaping plan has been submitted, there were some enhancements that were needed, and those have been made. And since this report was put together around the dumpster and along the frontage access area of the site, and the parking areas have been designated as noted in the report and have been trimmed down to those 3 spaces. In terms of the remaining slides here, these are the pictures of the staff inspection. This is looking west towards the intersection with Eastgate North. This is looking south from the site towards the library and that shared service drive. The information place is what the name of that section right there is. I'm not sure about the section to the north. This is looking north of the existing car wash, so this would be looking towards the front of the proposed Panda Express. This is looking to the east. This is also looking to the east, so that is the existing PD residential development with a bit of a hill berm there and the landscaping that exists there. This is looking across the site, across Glen Estee, Withensville Road, towards the Meyer area and some other commercial area. This is looking southeast towards the proposed access and from towards the Eastgate North intersection. This is looking east towards from the rear of the building from that access drive, and this is looking north along that access drive along Glen Estee, Withensville Road. In terms of the recommended modifications, they are down to the top item in terms of addressing any concerns of the county engineer, water and sewer district, building department, fire department, any other agencies having jurisdiction. The other items as of March 14th that remained, that were minor. One was the ownership and zoning and land uses of all adjacent properties need to be referenced. And additionally, what was left is that the commercial zoning permit also would ultimately need to be submitted. So that's more of a reminder to the applicant. And as I noted earlier, the action is to enter a motion to approve, modify, or deny the focus area overlay district application, which in this case consists of the 2,600 square foot Panda Express building and associated improvements as submitted, along with any other further modifications deemed necessary by the board. Any questions for me?
Gentlemen, Mr. Record?
Yeah, just, I guess something I didn't realize, so I started looking at this map, is, correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears behind that property, due east, is that the Timber Glen apartment buildings?
There are multifamily buildings there. I don't know the name of them.
So it appeared to be apartment buildings. As I looked at the parking lot size of the building and looked it up on a map, it looked like that was timber. But I just never been back there, so didn't really even realize it was that close. Okay, thank you.
Salute.
No, thank you very much. Appreciate the introduction.
Mr. McCorb, good job. Thank you, appreciate it. So at this time, this is a public hearings case, and so we'll open it for public discussion. And for anyone that is in favor of this project, we'll start with you first. Is there anyone that would like to talk in favor of this zoning case? Great. And then,
Henry Clover, actually the applicant, so.
Oh, great, okay, perfect. You good? I have to swear you in, so you could. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. State your name and then address for the record, please.
Henry Clover, AC Clover Architects, 8813 Penrose Lane, Lenexa, Kansas, 66219.
Great.
I just want to say thank you. Mark has been exceptionally helpful and responsive, so I do this a lot, and he's been very helpful. I don't really have any comments, other than we are putting a fence along the line where the residential is, and it's going to be popped up, so it's going to be graded a little bit better as well. But I'm here to answer any questions you may have,
Perfect.
if you have any.
Inspector, do you have any?
My question's regarding the cuisine.
Panda Express?
I've never been to a Panda Express. What can I expect?
It's the only Chinese my wife will actually eat, because they don't put MSG in it. It's actually, Panda Express was started by Peggy and Andrew Chernig in California, and they had a restaurant called Panda Inn, which was very successful. And then he noticed that food courts were opening in malls, and so he started food court operations. And to my blessing, I was a retail mall architect, and I got interviewed in a janitor's closet in '93 and started working for them. And now I believe they're like a $5 billion corporation. Their food is all freshly made. There's not usually a lot of weight because there's such a constant turnover. But half of their sales on the food product is one product, which is the orange chicken. Half of their sales is just the orange chicken.
Wow.
So,
Good to know.
but they are very into design. Andrew Chernig still approves every site, and he is very engaged in the design of the buildings. This is a brand new design, which they call Home. That has not really been built yet that I'm aware of. So you're getting a new one. So,
All right, thank you.
That's exciting.
So, Luke, do you have anything?
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming in from Kansas.
yes,
Henry,
thank you.
appreciate it. So did you fly in just for this case?
yes, sir.
Appreciate you doing that. And
No
I appreciate you
problem.
investing in our community as well. And,
By the way, this is a very hard act to follow. I've been doing this for 40 years. I've never been around a more emotional and more worthy event.
That's pretty
So-
cool, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very cool. It was cool for
Yeah.
me.
That's very kind of you to say.
Very touching. And
And I'll-
obviously, you got a good one there, in my
Yeah.
opinion. So
I appreciate you
just
saying
sent
that.
on the outside.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I know that the closest Panda Express is in Westchester, the other one's in Tri-County, and whenever I do business or whatever up in that area, I'm always Panda Express for lunch. So, you hit the nail on the head, all I get is orange chicken. Orange chicken and fried rice, that's all I get, so.
They've got a new
yeah.
shrimp dish that's really pretty good. If
Yeah.
you see the commercials, it's like a
Yeah.
hot spicy fried shrimp. Not fried, but sauteed shrimp.
Yeah.
Can't wait to try it out.
And,
Really good.
The,
It's really close to here. 3 minutes.
love the design, it's very pretty, and
Thank you.
looks good. I think the community will embrace it so very much. But thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Do they do catering as well?
I believe they do, yes.
Yeah,
They will.
okay.
They will.
Okay.
Samples for tonight, we're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have to reconsider my vote, gentlemen. So, just kidding. Yeah, appreciate you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of this case? All right, with that being said, is there anyone that would like to speak as a opponent of this case? Seeing none, I'm going to go and close public hearing. And gentlemen, I will make a motion, I'll entertain a motion for Union Township zoning case number 1-23-O as in Oscar. Applicant CFT NV Development LLC is requesting a focus area overlay district plan approval for parcel 413-104B as in Bravo 037 to facilitate construction of a Panda Express restaurant.
So moved.
Second.
Gentlemen, any discussion?
Looking forward to it.
Mr. Logue?
I think it's unique to be able to get a new design store, so that's exciting. And do we know what's the time frame for shovels in the ground?
Good
And
question, yeah.
So today I was told they were aiming to have permitting between August and September of this year. It takes 6 to 8 months.
August, September of this year, and then 6 to 8 months for the build out.
Yeah, well, I'm impatient. Can we speed
Okay.
that up a little bit?
August, September of this year.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I have not noticed that about you this week.
Please, stay tracking on the schedule with that, and again, as they come out to break ground or do anything, if there's anything that we need to do to support, happy to support, yeah.
I know I'm a jokester, but on a serious note, are you familiar with ODOT's construction? I want you to build out. I want you to get things rolling, but are you familiar, there's going to be an overpass on Glen Estee Withamsville, and that could interfere with your traffic count and all that. I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
I am not personally.
Okay.
But I will reach out to the engineers.
Yeah, so hey, Mr. McCormick, if you wouldn't mind just passing, because actually the engineer that was here right now, he had a lot of information on it earlier, but just want to make sure him and Panda Express are familiar with the construction that's going to happen. There's an overpass that's going to go, not in front of your building, it's going to go more closer to 32.
Okay.
But still, construction, and it's a complete ODOT, Ohio Department of Transportation project. We have nothing to do with it. But
Yeah, I understand.
any, Ms. Ayers and Mr. McCormick, any information you can pass along to them to help them out?
Certainly.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, I've been in contact with Christina and
Kara.
and they were aware at least of some of the plans because they knew that's what they had to get the information to the sidewalk.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'll make sure I follow up on it.
Just to make sure you're aware that
Yeah.
traffic could be a nightmare for a minute. So just give me a heads up. So
Any idea on the timing?
2024? Yeah, 2024 is the start of that project.
Yeah, probably right when we finish. That's a
Excellent.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be,
It'll be a great thing when it's done. It'll be beautiful.
sure.
Oh, it really will.
there's so much traffic that comes through there, and right now there's so many different artery location, but then, you know, ultimately, it's gonna be much more throughput on State Route 32, so it's a great problem to have, so.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
very much.
thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Gentlemen, any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Luke?
Yes,
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
congratulations.
Congratulations, Henry.
Thank you.
Yeah, safe travels back. When do you head back?
6:30 tomorrow morning.
Roger that, yeah. Safe travels.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to our next item on the agenda. Union Township case zoning number 1-23-Zulu. Applicant is Wooste Investment LTD, requesting a zoning map amendment for parcels 413-216B as in Bravo, 007. Parcel number 413-216B as in Bravo, 005. Parcel number 412-215.001. Parcel number 414-215.002. Parcel number 413-216B as in Bravo, 064. And lastly, parcel number 413-216B as in Bravo, 132, to be rezoned from B1 and R2 to PD Plan Development. And Mr. McCormick, can you go ahead with your presentation, please?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to repeat the nature of the request. We're just going to acknowledge the size, the total size of the request involves 9.859 acres. This is the subject site involving those 6 parcels that we mentioned earlier. It's located on the south side of State Route 125 between Hopper Hill Road and Austin Drive. Austin's on the east, Hopper Hill's on the west. This is the zoning for the site. The zoning is B1 as far as where the Honda exists today, and then the other 4 parcels they're zoned R2 are immediately to the south, 2 on the southeast and 2 on the southwest. This is the site with the topography shown. The slightly darker lines indicate the 10-foot contours, and the lighter contours are the 2-foot contours. Stop here for a second and indicate that basically there were 4 properties that were more recently required by the owners of Honda, and those are the properties that are to the southeast and to the southwest. The most recent parcel was acquired in the last 6 months. And that is this most southwesterly piece that's around 3 acres. This is the oblique looking north, the main site. I could not select all of the sites. We'll pause there for a second and talk about the relationship of the project to the plan. The previously adopted comprehensive plan states that while land planning is our greatest opportunity to maximize the quality of life and while preserving the dignity of the community, consistent with that, building upon that message, the comprehensive land use plan is guided by the following statement of principle. Effective and comprehensive land use planning efforts shall recognize the importance of supporting inclusive, creative, and innovative site design and design principles so as to maximize the long-term stability, economic opportunity, and quality of life within the township. And as of November 14th, 2013, that plan was approved and became effective. And as such, it is a advisory guidance document intended to be used and interpreted in a collective manner. And is well past its time to be updated, but that is something that we are looking forward to later this year, so that it remains a dynamic, up-to-date document. The plan currently indicates that this proposal is in the Ohio Pike Corridor, which contains a variety of commercial, multifamily, institutional, public uses and facilities. Since the adoption of the last plan, significant changes have occurred in this area of the community, and the placement and utilization of the focus area overlay district is evident. All of the existing Honda site is located within the southern edge of the corridor, and the 4 existing residential use properties are located outside of the corridor but are contiguous and are all affected properties that are within 100 feet of the corridor. Among other things, the plan calls for sidewalks in the area, shared driveway configurations wherever practical, and for site development to be conducted in a manner that focuses on maximizing land use efficiency with infill development, reinvestment, and/or redevelopment initiatives. For commercial redevelopment or instance of residential to commercial conversions, as in this particular case, the use of traditional building materials, adequate vegetative buffering, landscaping strategies along shared property lines, and landscaping enhancements along the corridor frontage is also required in accordance with the plan. And the utilization of the planned development district as zoning is the preferred mechanism to accomplish the goals as stated in this focus area. And I made a reference to the applicable pages of the comprehensive plan. So as indicated in the narrative by the applicant, the group has been operating an automobile sales and service facility to this site for approximately 30 years with several remodels in this time to add service bays, showrooms, sales office space, and to otherwise update the facility. They began accumulating property between 2011 and 12, and in January of this year, the additional 3-acre tract was acquired and transferred, allowing for them to proceed potentially with the expansion of the sales and service facility use request. In terms of the zoning resolution, we are looking at Article 6, Sections 680 to 684. The purpose of the PD is listed in 680. If there's a conflict between the PD and the basis and underlying zoning, the PD regulations shall prevail, 681. 682 just acknowledges that the PD shall remain consistent with the land use design details contained within the approved PD. 684, all site plans shall contain the elements contained in Section 1131, which is the site plan review portion of the zoning resolution, and shall also contain the additional information itemized in Section 684, which includes landscaping, the signature line, building lot frontage, and so forth. I'm going to go into the existing conditions pictures. These are the pictures that the staff took on the inspection that we had. This is looking from State Road 125 from south to west, left to right, and that's the existing facility. This is looking east across the frontage along 125 towards Honda on the right. This is looking north from the back of the existing parking area towards Honda on the left and the right, I think. This is looking east from the back of the Honda facility as it exists today towards Austin Drive, which is the third access to the site. One of the accesses to the site would be eliminated to State Road 125. This is looking south towards Austin Drive. This is looking north from Austin Drive on the left. There you can see in the distance the 2 homes that are proposed to be removed to be part of the expansion of that facility. And you can see the fence there in the background and the back of the gas station from the prior photo of the entrance to the site from Austin Drive. This is looking east across from approximately where those 2 homes are. This is looking at the back of the existing parking area. And you're looking north to east from left to right, and you're rotating in this slide to the right, looking northeast to east, and looking southeast, and you can see the survey stakes there about where the property line is. And I think that's around the edge of the, where Honda owns property there. This is from the back of the existing property on the southwest side, looking towards the first home that they purchased, and in the background you can see a little bit of one of the buildings on the second property that was the most recent piece that they acquired. This is looking north on Hopper Hill Drive at the access point into the site. This is looking from that access point to the south on Hopper Hill. This is looking west across the way there from the existing detention basin, which would be removed as proposed here. And those are the that's a multifamily area there across the way that is zoned, I believe, PD, and is part of the core focus overlay area. This is from the southwesterly property that they purchased and transferred in January, looking towards Hopper Hill. This is looking from that house area towards the area where the proposed detention basin would be. I'll come back to that here in a moment. And you can see a little bridge there. That little bridge is where there's a waterway that is quite the neighborhood problem from reports. This is the existing site as it's laid out today. This is what's proposed. On the left side, you can see the proposed detention basin, which is the old detention basin would be removed. The new detention basin is sized such that it would be large enough to handle all the storm water for the existing Honda improvements, the proposed Honda improvements, and the drainage for the remaining portion of those sites. And I'll come back to that in a moment because we received some additional information after the zoning commission hearing that relates to the size and the manner in which that detention basin would operate. This is the proposed plan long-term. This plan is a little different than what you see on the previous plan, because on this plan there is a house and a garage just south on the southwest side would be your upper first house there that is retained, and that is proposed to go away at some point in time when the occupant of that house is no longer there, and that would be replaced with future inventory display parking. This is what the building is proposed to look like from the different elevations. And this is the proposed landscaping along the front of Beachmont Avenue 125 and also along Austin. There's a lot of landscaping proposed, and particularly a lot more landscaping proposed along Austin, along with a 6-foot privacy fence. And the privacy fence section is in the bottom of this particular slide here, along with a more zoomed in view of the proposed landscaping along Austin. I'm going to pause there for a second. So the zoning commission had a meeting on February 22nd to review this request for a zone map amendment. They ultimately forwarded a recommendation to deny the applicant's request with respect to the zone of the rezone of the subject property, and the motion has been attached on page 6 of the report. And I'll come back to that here in a moment. In terms of the rest of the staff review and analysis of the case, the case basically became possible because of the additional acreage, affording them the opportunity to ask for this proposal this evening. The proposal allows the applicant to address stormwater issues and make notable improvements, improve traffic and access management with one less access to State Route 125, and basically discourages access onto Austin the way the plan is configured. Provides multimodal access to the site with the installation of a sidewalk along 125. Provides visual enhancements to the building by replacing the exterior materials with higher quality materials and through better design and color schematics, and increases the landscaping and buffers and setbacks in some areas to increase the overall compatibility with the surrounding uses. The proposal is considered consistent with the 2030 Union Township Comprehensive Plan future land use policies and recommendations for the corridor. However, it does encroach upon into two residential areas, particularly more so the one on Austin Drive. With the proposed redevelopment, the proposed expansion would essentially increase the limits of the Ohio Park corridor in this particular area. And as mentioned earlier, the utilization of the PD zoning district is the preferred mechanism to accomplish development goals as stated in the Ohio Pike corridor focus area. At present, the remaining technical questions and issues are set forth in the recommended modification section of the report. And of those, one is the statement about getting the county engineer, county soil and water, or water and sewer district, and the building department, fire department, and so forth, to make any necessary approvals prior to any final township action. There would be a need to enhance the proposed landscaping buffer yard areas along the western property line between the future new parking area and the road, and also around the perimeter of the dumpster enclosure. And signage plan would ultimately need to be submitted and approved with a capped height no more than 12 feet from finished grade. Lighting would need to be downward directed of sufficient intensity to only illuminate without projecting onto the adjoining residential property. And we would be limiting lighting that would spill over to half a foot candle, so it would be the equivalent of what we would see on residential property. And then ultimately, legal description of the consolidated acreage would need to be provided prior to any final action, and this could all be addressed administratively by staff. Come back to this for a second. So there was a recommendation for denial, but in the motion, the board, in its due diligence, did find that the application and request was partially, in their minds, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and in their minds met most of the plan development application requirements of the PD from a technical perspective. There was one statement in particular that the zoning commission was concerned about, and the manner in which they interpreted that statement is really kind of open to interpretation. I put it in the staff report as exactly the way it was written in the motion, and the way that it's listed in the comprehensive plan. But I think it's a matter of how one reads that statement, how they would interpret it. And I can't say because I wasn't part of that planning process. I can just tell you that when I read the same statement, I didn't read it the way they did. So the slide I have up here now is the proposed stormwater information that we received. In short, and the applicant can explain this further, the proposed design peak flow of the 25-year event is 2.25 cubic feet per second, where Clermont County's requirement would be 4.92 cubic feet per second. So essentially, right now, as it exists today, without any improvements being made, there is between 17 and looks like 20, almost 28 cubic feet per second of discharge coming from those properties towards the adjacent properties. And if this project were to move forward, the resulting total discharge would be 2.25 cubic feet per second, much, much less, at least 5 times less than the existing condition. The detention basin has been built in such a way that when the 25-year event occurs, you're still going to get the same amount of volume over that land for that event, but you're going to catch it all in that larger basin, and it's going to be released at a rate that's 5 times or more less than what is coming towards the adjacent property now. And that would be if the project moves forward. If the project doesn't move forward, then essentially the existing condition remains, and/or it could even worsen if there are no improvements. So that would be that's going to be something that the applicant can speak about. This is information we didn't necessarily have at from the zoning commission meeting. We had general information, but not specific information. These are the items that I went over that are recommended modifications. I think that's all I had. I know that there were quite a few things that I discussed about this case with our township administrator, and I don't know if I missed anything, if there's anything she wants to add.
Thank you, sir. I know this has been kind of a complicated case. There's a lot of technical calculations going on, and I appreciate the conversations that have gone up to this point in time. It seemed to me that the zoning commission did a great job reviewing this case. There were two main concerns that it seemed to me were raised, one being the stormwater concerns. I just want to make sure everyone understands when you're looking at some of this very technical information, there are two things you watch with stormwater. One is the volume of the water that's there, and then was the velocity or the rate at which it is then released to the watershed. It seems to me that from looking at the documents that have been provided and that Mr. McCormick reviewed, currently we're looking somewhere between I think it's 18 and 27 cubic feet per second are being released to the watershed. And so that is apparently too high for the capabilities of the river and the watershed in that area, so they're having some overflow problems. With this new basin and system, they're going to be catching more water and releasing it at 2.25 cubic feet per second, which is a much more reasonable rate for the watershed to take. So there's every reason to believe that this will actually improve the water concerns for the neighborhood by making the improvement, and it is placed on the back part of the property to help buffer from some of the residential areas. I know there was also the concern about some neighborhood encroachment and what the intent of the land use plan was. I know Mr. McCormick and I discussed our land use plan, while dubbed 2030, is getting aged, and it is something that we need to take a look at. I think zoning commission did a great job of reviewing it in the four corners of those documents, but there are some items that are getting aged and can be up for some interpretation at this point. So I know a lot of work has gone into this, and we appreciate the work from Mr. McCormick, his staff, the zoning commission, and the applicants and the residents that have been involved in this process. It seems to me your decision tonight is to accept the application, the recommendation of zoning commission, or to choose to take a little bit broader of a scope that you're able to do about looking at what the intent of the plan is, what the language states, and choose to make some modifications or accept as submitted. That is all I have, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McCormick. Thank you, Ms. Ayers, both of you. Okay, so I'm going to open up the public hearing case for anyone that would like to speak that is for a proponent of this case. Who would like to speak? And sir, since it is a public hearing case, I'll have to swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
Great. Please state your name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Chris Wannenberg. I'm Director of Development for Schumacher Dugan Construction. We have been employed, and the Woosty family have been a client of ours for about 20 years, and we've done a lot of the work that they've done over that last time. My office of Schumacher Dugan Construction is at 6335 Center Park Drive, Westchester, Ohio.
Thank you.
And thank Mark, he did a great job in laying it out, our presentation. For 30 years, Woosty has been here on that site, and over those 30 years, minor modifications have been made to the site as required by Honda. It's time, and Honda's basically saying, okay, that's got to come down, and you got to build you a new store. The current general size of the building is about 21,000 square feet. The new building will be 47,500 square feet. The current building sits 25 feet off of State Route 125's right-of-way. There's a driveway, one of the accesses where you literally come in and park in front of that building. So literally their bumpers are about 5 feet off of the right-of-way of 125. That whole process has got to stop. And part of this proposal is that building will come down, and a new building will be constructed. Can you give me the existing, up there? Existing conditions? Okay, let me try this. That's about 25 feet off of the right-of-way right there of 125. There's an actual access drive in here where you can come in and park there in front of the building. We're gonna tear that, this building's coming out, that front's coming off, and right now, there's a catch basin right there on the lot, and it goes into a stormwater retention basin that's right there that dumps into the pipe and ditch running down Hopper Hill. All this water comes down Hopper Hill and basically comes through here, and this resident right here who gets the brunt of a lot of that water that's coming down the hill. We bought this piece of property and these two properties. This one was in spring of 2011, fall of 2011, and this one was in the spring of 12. This was before the corridor thing was even done. We recognized that we were going to have to pull this off and put a building back in here. So we talked with Union Township's planning people at that time. And one of the issues that they had was how we're going to impact the residentials around us. When this piece of property, 3 acres, became available last summer, Mr. Wisty purchased it and allowed us to do this plan that we're showing right now. Can we go to the new plan? In this 3 acres, the only thing we're doing in this plan is putting a 2.5 acre feet stormwater retention basin. It's a dry basin in that when water's not coming, when it's not raining, it will drain out, okay? So this basically will end up holding about 900,000 gallons of water, okay? It's about 6/10 of an acre. Right now, we've got one catch basin, and it goes from here into here. On this plan, we have 23 catch basins and a trench, drainage trench, right here off of the new only entrance off 125. So we get the water coming off 125. We catch them in catch basins that are around here, and they go into this retention pond. Literally, we'll pick up. There's going to be a little bit of water coming off of this driveway from there to the street. But we'll pick up all the water that was coming down and around this building and ran down that driveway. So we will on site basically get 98% of the water that was coming in before. We're holding it, retaining it, taking it out, and discharging it, as she said, at 2.25 acre feet. The rest of this property basically is a green space buffer for the parking that's here, the business work is all right here. These are new car, these are service cars, and these are used car parking lots. When we read in the land use recommendations, it basically says that we are to concentrate the commercial areas in density along 125, along the Pike, along Ohio Pike. And we've done that. Basically, all our work happens right here. And we have put adjoining these properties, buffer, fencing, landscaping, and we basically have made it as neighbor-friendly as we can think of. And we talk to the neighbors. 99% of their problems is the stormwater. They keep saying, well, we get all this water, we get all this water. You're going to build this and it's going to give us more water. We're going to get more water. And that's not the case. And so we've addressed, and basically, if you go down your land use recommendations, infill development and underutilized properties shall be, it's basically site development shall be conducted in a manner that focuses on maximizing the use of efficiency, and therefore infill development and existing development and underutilized properties are strongly encouraged. That's telling us to go do this. For new commercial and redevelopment, the use of traditional materials, deployment of adequate vegetation buffering and landscaping strategies, in addition to landscaping enhancements along the corridor frontage. As he showed you on our streetscape, we've moved this building back to 130 feet at the closest point. Down here, it's almost 160 feet from the right-of-way. So instead of 25 feet, we've got 130 feet. We've got a street sidewalk along the streetscape. We've eliminated this access point. We are enhancing this one with the signage and landscaping. Our monument sign will be out here, 12 feet tall. And I said we've got 22 catch basins around here, and the trench drain that catch the water. Directed by pipe, picked it all up off the hardscape, picked it up, directed it by pipe into this stormwater retention basin. We could have done the project with our properties that we'd purchased in 11 and 12, but we couldn't have done this because it just simply wasn't capacity. We are, as Mark said, 5 times, and we basically are putting 20% of the water that the Clermont County stormwater management regulations would allow. So, and we're retaining it in here and discharging it. They still get the water. We can't evaporate the water, but we hold it so that we discharge it at a slow, steady rate. It'll take 24 hours for a major storm to empty, to drain out of this, because we're going at 2.25 gallon, or 2.25 cubic feet per second. That's about 18 gallons a second, okay? And we're holding the rest of it right there. Mr. Woosty is prepared to make a major investment in this community. He's been here and enjoyed serving the people of Union Township for 30 years. He's going to make a major investment in this project, and we're asking to be able to do it. We're asking the neighbors, what do they need to make them happy? Right now, 90% of our responses has been, the stormwater's killing us down here, okay? And we think we've done not just a good job, we think we've done, and honestly, this piece of property, 3 acres, of our almost 10 acres, is green space and stormwater retention. This piece is currently, will be half of a parking lot, and when the resident in that house decides they don't want to live there anymore or whatever, it's a family member, and when they're no longer at that point, that will come down and extending that parking lot will happen here. The property over here is in the corridor. The corridor goes right to here, on here. I mean, it's literally right across from the gas station here. Is how deep the corridor here is. If you look at the corridor, do you have a picture of what the corridor really looks like? Yeah, can you blow up what that blue line is, how it bounces in and out, in and out, in and out? We're right here. And it's, yeah, you can't really, see how small, see the little yellow circle there? That's how big our property is. And what we want to, we're expanding it basically. If we just go, if I don't use the 3 acres, because literally all we're doing is stormwater retention and green space there, we're basically coming about 130 feet on one side and 200 feet on the other, in down, that allows us to build it. Back to our proposed site, please. We've looked at every way we can, we looked at every way we can try and do that and move it forward. And the only way to do it and get it in, to move it forward so it's here, so it's in front of that, it's impossible. I mean, literally, the corner of this is out on 125. Okay, so we've looked at how we can do it. We believe that this will be a signature that, this is your gateway going west, and you got a couple properties here that need to be cleaned up. But by us taking this piece out of here and putting it back here and making what we're gonna make there, this will be the current state of Honda design, okay? But it will be a beautiful facility. And we've moved the traffic. Basically, this traffic here is kind of an emergency entrance. 90% of the traffic will come in here or in here. And most of the people going out will go, if they're going left, they'll go up here and go out that way because of the light. And if they're going right, they'll come out here, the main, and go onto the expressway. So we've done everything we can to basically eliminate traffic. All the deliveries, everything happens here. All of our new car deliveries happen at our McMahon Road facility. All the trucks come in there and deliver them there. And in fact, all the used cars come in there. So they go into McMahon, they go through their process of cleaning them up, prepping them, and then they bring them out, drive them out to here, to this facility. So we ask you that you consider this. And we believe that we are, when I look at what they basically told me, says they can't go below that existing line. It says, recent residential and commercial development has been aimed at increasing intensity of use on the corridor. That's what we're doing. As opposed to expansion further to the north and south of the defined limits. We are increasing the density of the demand at the corridor. And what we're doing back here is very low intensity. And in fact, once we get past here, it's strictly a green space and a dry retention pond, a dry retention structure. As far as anybody along this piece, these areas, this one house will have some activity behind them and some activity. We will intensify those buffers, and we are actually we're zero candle power along this area as far as any light. So we've addressed everything we can basically physically do, and we're asking that you please consider our application. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Wanberg, thank you very much. Thank you, in a lot of detail. Gentlemen, I'll open up to both of you. Mr. Becker, go ahead.
Sir? Sir?
Yeah, sir, Mr. Wanberg, yeah, we're gonna ask some questions, if that's okay. Yeah, sorry.
Sure.
I should have done a better job of that, my apologies, yeah. Mr. Becker, go ahead.
So I have a number of concerns down there, and Mr. Wooster gave me a tour of what he wants to do. I met with multiple residents who showed me what their problems are. I mean, they do have some valid, very, very legitimate concerns. You've addressed a lot of it. I guess there's, one question in particular that I still have, and that where the water's coming off onto Austin Drive.
Right.
So with the current situation, and I understand not all of this water is from Honda East, but regardless, some of it is, it's going down that driveway, and there's a pipe there on the corner of the driveway in Austin there. Not all the water's making it into that pipe. Some of it's going down the street, some of it's going across the street. And so my question is, I understand you can't stop all the water, but how much do you think you're going to be able to stop with the new drainage you're going to be putting in there? So what's the new water flow going to be going down Austin Drive relative to what it currently is coming off of the Honda East line?
Right. Well, as I said, we got a catch basin, and it's over here catching the water that naturally drains down here and puts it into a little retention pond that's right there.
Yeah, but that area
Now,
I'm talking about.
that's today. There is no retention ponds or there is no catch basins or piping or anything to address stormwater anywhere other than that. None here. We got water coming literally off of 125, across this concrete, down this side, it hits here and goes right through there, okay? Under this scenario, we have built this up. We are draining it into catch basins that are, all the water, instead of going down this way and down that way, will now go from here into a series right here in this catch basin, or this area, there's 7 catch basins. We're gonna pick it up there. It goes down here in a main pipe, catch basins along the back, over to here, and then down here, picks up these catch basins and goes down into here. All of that'll be in pipe. The only water that won't be caught is from that point, which is our property edge, down this driveway, and that's what'll fall on it.
So it sounds like then a significant amount will be reduced then going down Austin.
I said 95% or more. What I said, what falls on this part of the driveway, and this is it's a concrete and gravel and area back here, and it's going up the hill. Okay, what we're going to do is take it from here and move it back this way instead of having it all come down the hill. This is the way have you got the current grading? The existing conditions. Excuse me. Yeah, you can barely see the grading on that, but right now this piece drains this way. This drains this way. So literally from about all this area, and there's no pipes that it can run to, so what's coming off the The building is just going out into the parking lot, working its way down that thing. They're getting a lot of water there.
Okay.
That's,
And then the water going down Hopper Hill, if I did the math correctly, and I don't need to be repeating all the numbers we've been hearing tonight, but if I did the math correctly, it sounds like a 92% reduction after the project's completed relative to what's going down Hopper Hill now.
yeah, because right now, we're putting this in Hopper Hill. Look, this little this little retention basin that's there, and the catch basin out here that ties into it goes into Hopper, into that pipe, the 24-inch pipe heading down Hopper Hill. So we'll stop what's going out now, which is about 11 about 11 cubic feet per second.
And did I hear you correctly, the size of that detention basin is 0.6 acres?
Yes,
Okay, I mean, that sounds big to me.
it is.
I guess it's designed to hold a lot of water.
900,000 gallons.
900,000 gallons.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Luke, sorry, I'm taking notes.
The footprint increase, the current sales floor or store, what was, I didn't catch that earlier when you said what current structure is. and
This
then-
is 21,000 square feet. We're going 47,400.
47,400?
Right.
Okay. So I recognize on the plan here, along the perimeter of your property in that back, it looks like there's a 6-foot fence, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
solid fence.
Yeah, I was thinking from the aspect of the 2.58 acre detention basin, 900,000 gallons, any safety considerations or concerns? It sounds like the 6-foot fence that's around it on your perimeter, but, if it takes 24 hours to drain, I'm thinking of, kids like to go out, run and play, and it doesn't
Blocking
matter,
and
so.
stuff. Good, because it's a 3-to-1, we'll mow it.
It's a
when
3-to-1.
When it's dry. It's a 3-to-1 slope. You can run in, run out.
I'm just, during a significant rain event, is there any consideration, or Mr. McCormick, is there any consideration that we'd have from an aspect of just safety, again, from the aspect of that thing fills up and kid wants to go out and play, and I just.
Privacy fence proposed, around it as far as the residential properties, so we'll have to trespass significantly to get back to it.
I get it, but I was a kid once, and.
We had proposed a 10-foot privacy fence.
Uh-huh.
Okay? And we're advised that perhaps somebody doesn't want to look at the back of a 10-foot privacy fence.
Yeah.
Especially those that want to see some grass and see stuff behind them.
Uh-huh.
So we were advised, and we took that advice.
Yeah.
And said, hey, well, a 6-foot privacy fence.
Okay. That's on the exterior perimeter. Any concerns with, again, I'll kind of open it with board thoughts there, but from a safety standpoint of something that's around the perimeter of that on the inside, I recognize a kid or someone would have to trespass significantly, but, I mean, again, I was a kid once, so, it would be, I just want to think about safety there when
Right.
there's a significant water event.
Yeah, I mean, it's, like I said, there's 900,000 gallons of water in that.
Right.
But it is it would be up to their knees before it was up to their head. Okay? And yes, I said, we're very willing to go back to our original proposal
Yeah.
of a 10-foot solid
Yeah,
fence.
yeah. Internally, though, I mean, around the inside perimeter, is there a concern that you'd have with like just a safety or an access type of fence for that basin?
Oh, well, I mean, if you, back, please.
Basically, yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
the two stretches.
the fence is here.
Correct.
Okay? And from here, here's the top.
Yeah.
Here's the top
Yeah.
of the berm. And so from there,
So I'm thinking, I'm thinking a rectangle on that corner.
Yeah, just, I'm, something like a chain link or something like that.
Just pure safety, just pure safety.
Pure
I
safety.
mean, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, up in Waynesville, Ohio, an 11-year-old.
Exactly,
He,
something.
yeah, he was playing in a pond during the storm event that happened, or near the pond, and, rain boots on, or who knows what, but 11-year-old drowned. And I don't want to, if this is something that moves forward there, I just would want us to have done some due diligence in the aspect of to prevent that.
This will fill up like there's a pipe. The pipe comes in right there, okay?
Yeah, I was looking
And
at the
moves
schematic. It
yeah, right, you can
pulls
see
the
it.
water basin from,
Right.
yeah, all over.
And so the pipe, I mean, the water basin's not gonna have anything other than this happening.
Right.
Okay, unless you're right in front of that pipe.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So I'm just
And
thinking
we-
from the aspect that it can hold, and then, because that's the great benefit there. The great benefit's the 900,000 square, or 900 gallons,
Right.
but a 24-hour controlled leak of, what was that? 2.2 cubic
2.2.
feet per second.
That's
I recognize it's not a significant pool or rush, but, and that's the benefit, because that's what's going downstream, is 2.2 cubic feet per second. I can speak from some personal experience in the township. My prior property, it got flooded onto with a development, over 5 feet of water, put a 5-foot fence, underwater. And, we were able to make some adjustments with that plan, but now that everything's fully developed, with that and the emergency, culverts in place, it does what it does, what it's supposed to do in the back of the property. And at the time, it had just, it was through construction process, the silt fencing was not up, and that's obviously a concern, and I could imagine you'd probably be cautious of silt fencing and doing adequate stuff as you do this tear down, demo raising, so that there's not stormwater issues until everything is in the correct conditions. So, okay, well, I just want to put that on the table as far as a track for safety on the fence.
And we're open.
Okay. I think another safety concern there is moving the building from what I heard, 130 to 160 feet off of 125, which was 25 feet. I mean, that's a very busy road. There's accidents all the time. They're not the gentle accidents that Jeremy Evans talked about earlier, so. And then I think, and I recognize that you're pointing out the Ohio Pike corridor. I see that that's kind of constricts, if you look through the whole totality of the Ohio Pike corridor, it constricts significantly there. So that is interesting from that aspect. Are you able to reference what the total investment is in this, or you don't need to share that if you don't want to share that? You said it's significant. You don't need to.
8 to 10 million,
Okay.
probably closer to 10, but he's my client, so I don't want to.
Okay.
Inflation and all.
Okay. All right, thanks for sharing. That's kind of the initial questions I had at this time. So thank you.
Mr. Ron, we're very, I'm sorry, one more, I'm sorry. So, Mr. McCormick, can you go back to what it currently is? The current site? Okay, so, just for plain English, I'm looking at the south side of the property, the two houses that the Woosie family had purchased. Can you use your pointer real quick? And up the very top, right there. Okay, so those two properties right there. So basically, you're going to be demoing that, expanding your parking lot, is that correct?
Eventually.
Okay.
Not at the first build, but eventually.
Okay.
These we will be demoing as
Okay.
part of the process, yes.
Okay, so the two, the two right there on the bottom, so those two, you're demoing, putting in the parking lot basically almost immediately, is that what it sounds like? Okay, and then you're wanting to take the other two and same thing, expand the parking lot?
Eventually,
Okay.
just this piece, squared off.
Okay, and then expand it over into the other lot, is that right?
No, connected to this one. It was a square
Okay.
off.
And then the,
This house here, right now, we have no intentions to do, I don't know if
basically demo it, green space, and then the bottom left corner, you're gonna put a retention pond, or I should say detention pond, is that correct?
Right.
And is that, in a nutshell, is that what you're wanting to do?
Yes.
And then obviously move the property back, demo what we have
Right,
currently.
but build a new
and then
building.
build a bigger,
Build a
bigger.
new building,
Got it, okay. Besides drainage issues, what, we're gonna hear, I've got a lot of residents wanting to speak tonight. So, water drainage, that's what you said, there's no other concerns at all that, for example, have you talked to the, Wings and Rings owner there? Are they good? Do they give you your blessing? Any idea?
Wings and Rings, yeah, it's, I haven't talked to them, but they're in the same zoning we are. So what, they are objecting to, a larger facility that's gonna attract more people to the area.
Good point.
Is gonna be good for development and good for them.
Just want to do my due diligence, make sure
Right.
to talk to everybody. So, but what else, besides drainage, what other issues have you heard from the residents in the surrounding area?
I've had some people concerned about, the fence.
Do they want fencing, or they want landscaping?
Well,
What do you think?
we're doing landscape. A couple may or may not want the fence,
Okay,
because they've got a fence and they don't wanna have another fence.
okay, fair enough.
Okay. They want the landscaping, but they don't want another fence.
Okay,
And that's where Mark's advice to us is don't push the 10-foot fence, because then everybody's not gonna want the fence. So we went to a 6-foot fence.
got it.
And water, the gentleman there is
Okay.
concerned about the water that's currently coming down the driveway, and he has every right to be concerned about that. We knew it, and we have addressed it as, the alternate would be to tear the driveway out, which we really didn't have a problem with, but this, it's not our property, number one, we have an easement across it for ingress and egress, so we really couldn't tear it out anyway, so.
Okay.
But that, gentleman down Hopper Hill, was concerned with the traffic on Hopper Hill. Our traffic is going to be, I mean, our car buyers is not a traffic, doesn't impact your traffic numbers, because they come in whenever they come in. It's not like they all come in at 8 o'clock in the morning and they all leave at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So they come in at random times and don't impact it. It's our service traffic, and our service traffic does have some, bring them in, drop them off in the morning, pick them up at night. And we are going to, with our new layout, people will be coming in, the service ride-in is on that side, so they'll come in here and they'll park here, and they'll get written up. We'll have pickup for nighttime pickups with, now they have these great new, you use your phone and you can open the lockbox and you get a key. So they'll be able to pick up their stuff literally around the clock.
So, your argument for being a proponent of this, obviously, is things stay as is, the drainage, and Mr. McCormick, I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, drainage right now is not very good, is that correct? So with this project, drainage would improve significantly, is this what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, what's the downfall to the drainage if they move forward, if we move forward with this project?
From a drainage perspective,
If that's, from his perspective, he's only saying his biggest concern is the fence. Well, some people will like it, some people don't. I'm not really concerned about the fence. We'll cross that bridge in a minute. I'm talking about the drainage is more of a concern in my mind than anything else. A fence is a fence, whatever. So, if we put landscaping there, that's fine. So, but as far as the drainage issue, if everything stays as is, it's a problem, right? So,
Yes.
but you're saying with this development, this is gonna significantly improve it, so what am I missing? Is there anything I'm missing at all?
from a drainage perspective, what they're proposing would be much better than what's there now.
That's it?
Simple.
Simple, okay. Okay, fair enough. Any more questions for either one of you? Okay.
That was great for simplifying the aspect. You're asking the question, I'm sitting here flipping back between the plan and, I mean, bottom line, it's taking the building where it's at, where it's tight against the road, moving it back,
Yeah.
and improving the drainage.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Weinberg, great presentation, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who is a proponent of this project, this zoning, that'd like to speak as well? No one else? Okay, I'll go close that for proponent. I have a feeling there's a few of you that are probably against this, so let's go ahead and bring you on up, and I'll swear you in, whoever would like to speak first. And then, so these, I'm not gonna worry about, I'm still gonna have you say your name for the record and address, but before we begin, I'm gonna swear you in, okay?
Oh, okay.
That's okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God?
So help me God.
Yes, ma'am. Then just state your name and address, please.
Yes, my name is Pat Wiggins, and we live at 3982 Hopper Hill Road, and we're the house right next door to the 4000 Hopper Hill.
You said off Hopper Hill?
Yes, yes, we're right next door.
So here? So you're 3982? Got it, okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Looks like a pretty house from the Google and satellite.
Very
Yes.
impressive.
Yeah.
Yes, it was just a very small house when we bought it, and we just made it huge, and we take care of our property. That's when, anyway, we were honored to be here when Tony Reese was sworn in, because he was our instructor in the volunteer police academy.
Very cool.
For
Yeah, I love
years.
hearing that. That's great.
So anyway, we had a nice surprising visit from John Becker. And after that, I took him around the property on the golf cart, showed him all the draining creek issues and our creek catch basin. And my husband will have a big issue with the draining. I'll let him do that. I showed him how close 4000 property was to our house. And we measured it. It was 29.5 feet from our house. The property of this commercial is going to be 29.5 feet from our house. We bought the house, we bought it in 1999 and made our house handicap by making doors wider than normal, a cement ramp coming up to the house, and made living spaces open. Hope to stay in there as long as both of us are alive, because this is our retirement home. About 8 years ago or so, we were overwhelmed by the expense of taking down 62 ash trees over a period of 5 years. Thought about moving, but then we couldn't do it because we loved our place. We continued putting money into the property. We paid a total over $8,000 in taxes and voted for the last safety levy, knowing it would go up. We don't mind paying for what we have, but wouldn't want to pay that for less appeal and more drainage and safety problems so close to our property. Please consider that our zoning commission unanimously recommended to deny commercial because the land use plan on Ohio indicates these residential properties should remain a residential use. And one of them, well, could you put that last picture up that they were showing? It was,
Shows a retention pond.
yeah.
This is the new one.
The proposed layout.
Yeah,
The
correct.
last, there,
Right there.
there you go. Well, if you see those, well, I'll read this. One of the many concerns is what their proposed plan for 4000 Hopper Hill. I was told by Kelly Blair on August 11, 2022, Hopper Hill side would look the same, only back property would change. They paid $580,000 for that property. Seems strange to not have a proposal plan. And if you look at that plan, there's a house and a garage there. And I mentioned to him, I says, is that going to be a commercial building? Oh, no, it's not going to be a commercial building. Well, then they said, well, we might put somebody in it to kind of keep it. Well, we never got an answer from them. And we've heard rumors, what they're thinking about putting in there. But I won't say it because I know this is being recorded, and it might be just a rumor. So since we're all under oath, I'd like to ask them now, what do they intend to do with that piece of property next to our place? I mean, like I said, it's only 29.5 feet from the edge of our house, the side of our house. where all our bedrooms and offices.
Talking about the building right in front of the retention pond?
Yes, right there at the detention pond, if you go straight up there, that's our property right there, on the left of the picture. So, my husband's gonna get into all this, but we, got a catch basin close to Hopper Hill, well, a little way from our house. This is gonna drain into there, and that already overflows, and we're gonna have it's not gonna work. But he'll explain that. I'm not. But anyway, we're concerned about that property because they paid $580,000 to put a retention pond on it and to leave a house and garage on it and not do nothing with it. It seems hard to believe. And that is one of our concerns. Drainage isn't all our concern, but if they could correct it, that would be great. But we in our thinking, this is great, how you're making the retention, and my husband's gonna bring up, that's only like 50, that big of a retention's only gonna be like 50 feet from our house. And they didn't propose any kind of fence or anything there, but we do have pine trees. And personally, my husband will show you pictures of their fence on Toyota and Honda. They don't take care of their property. Well, I'll let him get into it. I won't repeat anything. But anyway, and with your permission, could I ask them what they're going to do with that property?
Ma'am, this is your time. You're allowed to say whatever you want respectfully.
She has to
So
direct.
can I
she has
turn-
to-
Oh, I'm
no.
sorry. Well, you can ask whatever you want to me, and then what I can do is after all the
Okay.
opponents of this, I can then ask either Mr. Wattenberg or Mr. Wooster to come up here if he feels like it to, I'll say the word rebuttal, if that makes sense.
Okay.
If they choose to. They don't have to because they already spoke.
Okay.
But this is your time.
But we're real concerned because we have heard rumors, and it does make sense that something's going to go in there in the future. Maybe not for a while, but we tend to stay there while both of us are living, because like I said, we made everything handicapped, because this is what our intentions was. So I guess that's all I have to say. Go ahead.
And then, Mr. Baker, do you have anything for Ms. Wiggins? Mr. Lowe, do you have anything for Ms. Wiggins? Mr. Lowe, do you have anything for Ms. Wiggins?
Nothing further at this time.
Okay.
I do have a couple of questions. So, because as issues arrive, I'm going to ask questions about the issues. So, are you happy right now with the current drainage issue with your property?
No.
No.
But
Do you-
we don't have the drainage problem in the back.
Okay. Do you think this retention pond would help it or make it worse?
Make it worse.
You do think it would make it worse?
Yes, because we don't have, the drainage problem that they're gonna correct is on Austin. And that's a good thing, I'm not knocking it. But the drainage problem we got is by Hopper, and you're gonna take this retention and all that water that is being felt from Austin, my husband will get into it, will go all the way to he calls it a catch basin. He knows more about. And right now, he's got pictures of, and I had also showed that to John Becker, where it's a catch basin, and we got two big cement slabs there. And when that water starts gushing, it throws those slabs off, and I have to get a neighbor to help us put the slabs back on. And then it washes all our mulch. So correcting this here isn't going to help that.
Okay.
But my husband had, I'll let you talk, I keep
You're
bringing that
okay,
up,
you're
I'm
okay.
sorry.
And then so I want to address something real quick, to clear the air and rumors. So, if they build on that property, guess what they have to do? They have to come back to here, well, first go to the zoning, and then they either give a yay or nay
I
on
was
it.
told
And then
that.
it's got to come back to us again for us to approve or not approve. So there is no rumors, what you see is what you see. As far as them tearing down that properties and building another warehouse or putting a parking lot, it's got to come back up here, first and foremost. And I'll tell you, well, I'm not going to give my opinions yet until it's our turn to speak.
Okay.
But I just wanted to let you to clear the air as far as future rumors, that they got to come back here, they got to present everything to Mr. McCormick,
Yes.
they got to present everything to our zoning board, and then they got to come up here as well.
Okay.
So, just make sure that's
Okay.
clear.
And I appreciate that, and I was told that, But our concern is, once it's there, and I guess we get letters, we didn't get letters for this,
You
But-
didn't get a letter for this property?
no.
Okay.
But it could have been an error. There was 3 letters supposed to go to each residence.
Correct.
We never got any of the 3.
I'm
Now,
sorry
we
to
were
hear
in Florida, but our mail was being forwarded, so we asked the neighbor, another adjoining house.
Yeah.
They didn't get 3. They didn't get any. And then there's one next door that was supposed to get one, and they didn't get one. I'm sure it was a big mistake.
Because we,
But
I mean,
that
Mr.
mistake-
McCormick said- I mean, we actually discussed this, him and I personally, together, as far as sending out letters, and you sent it out even much further than what the requirement is. And we also put up
Yeah,
those yard
I
signs
know.
everywhere. I mean, I apologize for that. I just want to say, I don't
Well-
know whose fault it was. I'll take the blame for it. That's unacceptable, because
Oh.
we made sure that letters
Yeah.
were sent out. So if it was
Well-
not sent to you and you didn't get it, I'm
I'm
sorry.
not complaining. It was all, I talked to, I'm sorry, Mark. I talked to Mark, and he cleared it up. But I'm just, reason I brought that up is that could happen again when a new building is going to be there.
Yeah.
So we're very concerned because it's too close to our house.
The retention pond?
Well, yeah, my husband will
property line.
talk to you about it. But yes, the retention pond's going to be too close to our house.
Yeah.
The yard, like I said, is only 29 and a half feet from the side of our house to the property, the commercial property, that it's going to be commercial property, only 29 and a half feet. And like I said, they had no plans of putting anything there, but personally, we don't want a big fence like, we'll show you what their fences are like. So
Okay.
that's about it.
So the fence, okay.
I don't mean to over,
It's okay.
I'm
I have
sorry.
one last question for you. Because so here's the way things work in these kind of situations.
Uh-huh.
It's kind of like marriage. Not every husband and wife agrees, but there's got to be some compromise, right?
Exactly.
So that's what I'm hoping for, is
Yes.
compromise, right? So, but I want to make sure I address it. You also said they don't take care of the Toyota property and they don't take care of their Honda property. What does that mean? What do you mean they don't take care of them?
well,
'Cause
my
they're-
husband has
they're-
pictures,
Yeah.
and they don't cut the grass. The grass, I got pictures of where the grass is real tall.
Okay.
We got, the fences are really bad shape. I got pictures of Toyota's fence, I got pictures of Honda's fence. And they also, by their fence, they got all, I don't know if it's weeds or what, well, you saw it on the picture, you know, their existing Honda. Did you see the fence with all the weeds, I guess,
Yeah.
going around the fence? The property is, you know, maybe, I thought, well, maybe they're planning on building and they just kind of just relaxed. But then when I went over to Toyota, their fence is the same way. And they're gonna have the fence, they're gonna have this 6-foot fence, and then they're gonna have the trees on the other side of the fence, which will be, this is my understanding, I could be wrong. I think it's gonna be on the side of the people's, the residents. They're gonna have to maintain those trees, and believe me, we know how much trees cost to maintain. We got a big education when we bought that piece of property. So, so they're gonna have to maintain the trees, and they're gonna have to maintain, if they want their yard to look nice, they'll have to maintain their side of the fence.
I understand.
So,
And I'm going to ask you this question after every person wraps up, I'm going to ask every person that speaks tonight the same question. Is there anything that Woosty Investment Ltd. can do to make you happy? So I'm going to ask that question. Is there anything they can do to make you happy with this property, or you just flat out don't want it and there's nothing they can do?
no, I don't think there's anything they can do. I mean, if their property was further away from our house, or it's just, there's just too much complications for them,
Okay.
in my concern. There's just no way they could do anything to help us. And I feel bad, I really do, because they need a new building. And we don't want to stop them from building that building. I mean,
Okay.
we feel bad about it, but we got to think about ourselves too. And they could have maybe done other things, I don't know, I shouldn't say that, but in my eyes, I thought that they could do other things. But I think they're just taking too much. I mean, they're only going to move they're building back a little bit. I don't know why they need all these acres. But maybe, that's, it's not for me to say. But, yeah, we do feel bad about it, but there's nothing they can do to make us happy.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, thank you, Ms. Wiggins.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I got a quick question.
Sorry.
Ma'am, so one, Chairman, thanks for bringing it up. That is a major amendment for anything that has to come through, so that's great on PD. Water around the house, I'm looking at an aerial here, and it looks like to the south of your house, there's a lot of rock bed, and is that going to 8 Mile River or 8 Mile Stream? And does that have standing water in that already, or typically? Coming off of the way the drainage currently is? It looks like there's almost like a moat behind your property and then to the south of your property.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yes, there is a creek. The creek is the problem. The creek is not a creek anymore. It roars, and I can see where the retention would help that. But it's not going to help the neighbor next to us. My husband has pictures of it. He has lost land, so he's built up all these blocks. He spent a lot of money on that. We try to do it the cheap way and put cement bags there. And like me and my husband says, we just can't take any more water. And if they're going to take that retention and put more water on us, I mean, because that retention's going back into the problem that we had, the catch basin that I was talking about. And we just can't take any more water. And we don't see how it's going to work if you got water going this way and you got water going this way. I mean, how's that going to work?
Okay. Yeah, I'll give our comments when the board discusses on that, but that helps what I heard there as far as that's what you're currently doing south of the property to try to help correct the water issue right now from what your experience is. And then I have in my packet here a letter that you signed by, I believe, you and your husband from October 31st. So you sent that in. So I'm a little confused just from if we didn't get any notice out to them notifying them, then they were able to send us a letter. So
Well, can I interrupt? Mark did call me. He called me when the plans went on, was it 6 days prior? When the plans went on the website, or not, I believe it was the plans. And he told me that that the zoning committee got my letter.
Okay.
So he did a good job. I mean, he's been helping us and everything. Okay. And I really wouldn't have brought up those letters. It was only because that could happen again if they decide to do something else and we wouldn't even know about it. But, I don't want anybody to get in trouble for it, because it was an accident. I'm not complaining. Okay.
No, that clarifies for me so much. Thank you, Ms. Wiggins. I appreciate it.
Hey, one,
Please, Ms. Wiggins.
First off, I just want to thank you again for giving me a tour of the property and your home. And, I went home and told my wife, I said, you got to see this place. It's like a resort. I mean, really beautiful, beautiful home property you have. So I certainly understand your concerns and, don't want to, don't want to devalue it in any way. And personally seeing the water problem that you currently have, obviously you don't want it to get any worse. The engineers are saying it's actually going to get much better. But what I do want to ask you about is that detention pond. It is pretty close to your property line where they're proposing to put that. Would you be more comfortable if they moved it further north, closer to Frank's house?
You would have to talk to the boss.
I thought you were the boss. That's what he told me.
I don't, I'm not, my husband's in construction or was, and he knows all this stuff. But I just get it from what he tells me. But he's saying that definitely will make our problem worse. Not better, but worse. You're helping, you're containing it, which is good, but sometime you're going to have to release that. And then also, you got this going this way, and you're releasing it that way, and you're going to put it into this little catch basin. But let me let him explain, because I don't know that much. I'm not that smart on that
Yeah,
topic.
well, I'm no expert on detention ponds or basins, and I had to ask that question myself, how do these things even work? And so the way it was explained to me, and I'm not the guy to ask, but, I think it's a series of pipes and rocks that the water cannot exit at a strong velocity. So it backs up intentionally, that's what it's designed to do. The water backs up, it eventually empties, but it's over a 24-hour period, so it's a metered flow. So you still get the same number of gallons going past your property. It's just not all coming at the same time, which is what the problem is.
Well, he might answer, but can you regulate it so if this just lets out a little bit at a time, and this water's always flowing, so how is, if you're getting a little bit of water this way and we're still getting more water, because we're still going to get this water, so we're going to get more water, right?
Well, my understanding-
It'll be coming out less because we're not getting any of that water. Over there at Austin is not a problem for us.
I understand.
So it will be a problem when you start draining that into our front yard.
Well, water coming from anywhere other than the Hondee's property, none of us can do anything about. Maybe the county can at some point. The
Yeah.
township, can always work with the county on those kind of things, but just relative to Honda East. Yeah, I get your point there. So water currently going down Austin is now going to go down Hopper.
Yes, and
That makes sense. I get your concern, but again, it's my understanding that because it's metered at a slow rate, the water going across your property, during a storm is just going to be a whole lot less.
But it's
That's
gonna
my
be
understanding
more.
How they work.
It's going to be a little bit more, even though it's a little bit. It's still going to be a little bit more to a big problem. So what I'm saying is that's going to be released a little bit, which is great. I'm not complaining about that. And it's not helping us. But then it's going to be directed to a problem area, even though it's going to be a small amount. But this other isn't going to be corrected, so we're adding more. But you really shouldn't talk to my husband.
Okay.
Because I'm just,
No problem. Thank you.
But I appreciate you hearing
Yes,
me,
ma'am.
and I'm sorry I got a little frustrated. I didn't mean to.
Sure time,
That's a
no
woman
problem.
thing. I won't look at her when I say that. Thank you.
Thank you
Yes,
so
ma'am.
much.
Thank you.
I've been chomping at the bit. I'm
That's
trying to-
okay, that's okay.
She's trying to explain all that, and she,
Can I ask a question
Yes,
first?
ma'am.
He has a fractured foot, and he has some pictures here. Is it okay if I bring the pictures?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
that'll
before we begin, let me just get you
Fiscal
to swear you
officer.
in, okay?
She's gonna swear you in.
huh?
I'm gonna swear you in real quick, okay? Can you raise your hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Great, and please state your name and address for the record, please.
Ralph E. Wiggins, 3982 Hopper Hill Road.
Mr. Wiggins, would you do better with the chair
You-
to
you want a
sit
chair?
while you're?
Give me a break
No,
in
I'm
the chair.
okay, I'm all right.
Okay,
Okay.
okay,
Th- that's all.
before we begin, you're wearing your Air Force sweatshirt, you a veteran?
Yes, sir.
Well, good man, I'm still in the Air Force myself, so.
You are,
appreciate-
great.
Appreciate your service.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
We have 4.5 acres adjoining this property. Our poor house happens to be 30 foot from the line, which never used to be a problem until all this happened. And now we end up with a retention pond or detention pond. Our house is sitting right, you see where the lettering is on the left-hand side of the retention pond?
I do.
That's where our house is, where that lettering is.
Well, I got a picture before.
You got, okay,
Yeah.
so there's no dimensions on the retention pond, but I scaled it off with my scale rule. It's about 80 feet by 80 feet. And they're showing it basically starting right on the line, on both property lines. I'm wondering, is there a setback involved in this thing? Is there a minimum setback on a retention pond? I mean, they're building it right on the line. I mean, the corner of that retention pond is about 30 feet from the corner of my house. And I don't want that thing that close to my house. I mean, I know it's going to be grassed and beautiful and everything, but how often do you see people out mowing retention ponds? I mean, it just doesn't seem to happen. They've got other property, they could move that retention pond They bought 2 houses on Austin. They could put the retention pond in that corner, and that's the low spot in the place anyhow. And then the problem then is the discharge pipe. Well, there's Austin Drive. They could take it along Austin, down the center of Austin, down to the creek and dump it right straight into the creek. But right now, if you'll notice, their exhaust pipe is running along my property line, and they're gonna tap into my pipe down at my catch basin and dump all that water into a catch basin that's already overflowing. So they're tilting the whole property where the water goes by gravity down to that retention pond. That's great for Austin Drive. But they're putting all the water now in that corner back there, and all of it's going to be piped in front of my house, tied into that pipe that was probably put in 70 years ago. If you'll notice, it angles up across the front of that property up toward Hopper Hill, and then it actually crosses under Hopper twice and tied into that catch basin. And all that water right now, hold on, let me just get my notes here. Our catch basin, our little catch basin down there, the drainage from Mike's Car Wash, the bowling alley, Honda Retention Pond, Wings and Rings, Swanson's, plus the proposed parking lot on 4004. And if you tried, Pat, have you got the picture? Wait, let me, the one, show that one. And now, that's our retention pond during a hard rain. That's our retention basin, that's our water basin. There's the water basin right there.
There's the water basin.
Yeah. Now you can see how much water we have going past our house in a hard rain. And now they're gonna tie in underground their discharge from that retention pond. And they're gonna add that much water to that water that you're looking at.
This is the front of their house. It's right in the corner, at the property line. This fence is the property line.
Right here?
Yeah, so this is the pipe that they're gonna tap into. Out of that detention basin. So it is the same pipe. That's the current problem they're having. Obviously, they don't want it worse.
I don't know if you can put water into a
Is this your
lake.
front yard, the front of your house?
That's the front, that's down where if you look closely, you'll see that catch basin down
The
there.
front of your house is facing Hopper Hill, correct?
Right.
Okay, got it.
Right. See the catch basin down in the corner
I do,
where the water's bubbling up out of?
I do.
Well, that's where they want to tie in the exhaust from this detention pond. And I don't think that the water will even come out of the pond if there's a lake on top of the pipe. Will it? I don't know.
I think it might be helpful if somebody who's knowledgeable about detention basins can explain how they work. That's certainly not me.
Well, on board comments, I think we can get in, if you're comfortable with that, and get in a little background on that.
Sorry, go ahead.
But, I mean, if they could move that pond over where they're tearing their 2 houses down, if they could put it on that lot, that would put them right on Austin. And then all they gotta do is a straight sheet down Austin to the creek with a discharge pipe. And they would bypass my place with all the discharge water totally. And the creek actually winds around and comes up close back behind there anyhow. It angles back toward Beachmont. So it wouldn't be that much further for them to pipe that. I mean, I'm sure there's a way of getting it down along Austin, or I've seen them split roads and put pipes in the middle of them and everything else this day and age, But I don't, they're taking that, you can see the discharge pipe down, they're gonna tie it right into my pipe right down there to my basin. And I don't think it's gonna work at all. And then what's gonna happen in a real bad rain, the pond's gonna fill up and it's not gonna drain out Now my poor neighbor behind the pond, he's gonna get flooded if that pond runs over. And there's two neighbors there that's gonna get flooded. I just don't like it. I don't want it. It's not right. We went to water and sewer and the building department the other day and talked to them people, and they're very knowledgeable. And we found out that any pipe that they put in the ground, anybody, anywhere, if there's a pipe in your yard that belongs to somebody up the street, if it collapses in your yard, brother, you've got to pay to replace it. And that's the way the law is. And they're not going to run any pipe over my yard at all. Not since I found that out. They can run it down Austin, alongside, or if they can sucker a neighbor in to go across their yard, that's up to them. Maybe they can pay them give them a Honda or something. I don't care. But I don't want it in my house. I don't want that water in front of my house. I've got enough. I'm probably going to we'll be selling out in a couple of years, probably. We got a house in Florida. We were called up here for this fiasco.
I thought he was the boss. Who's the boss? So who's the boss?
I told you.
So Tony Danza. Okay, anyways, go ahead.
I'm worried about the next poor guy that's going to own my beautiful piece of property. He's going to be facing the same darn thing if we're not careful with the situation. And I think I don't want one of their ugly fences or it looks like a bullpen, and because it's going to get dark and look nasty. In 5 years, it's going to look terrible. We all know that. I'm also worried about our property values. If they go commercial, what's it going to do to my property value? I've got my life savings invested in that place. I mean, I owned a company for 32 years, a heating company for 32 years, and took every penny when I sold out. It wasn't a whole lot of money back then. It was only $500,000. But I invested that $500,000 plus $200,000 in this property, in expansion, development, took down 62 ash trees when the ash boards came through. 62.
That was painful.
And that was a big hit. Go ahead. Just let them have them all.
Should I go to the physical officer?
Mr. Corinthians?
Yeah.
I just think it's a shame that they didn't end up with Smoky Bones property back when it changed hands. How they missed out on that, I don't know, but that would have been the perfect thing for Honda, I think. But they missed it. Now they're hurting for property. And that's not my fault, you know, it's not our fault. But, and I want you to consider one thing. Our zoning commission unanimously recommended to deny the commercial zoning because of encroachment into the residential properties and should remain residential. Now, on the way to church last Sunday, we went up Beachmont toward Buxton, which is really, that's all commercial. That road, they really did a good job on Buxton. That's great. But on the way up, we started looking at the business properties along the road. You'd see a business along the road, and directly behind it, residential. And you keep going on, business, apartments, right behind it, not another business. And all the way down to Buxton, we looked. And hardly ever did we see a business behind a business on Beachmont. And then coming back home, we just said, well, let's look the other way. Same thing. There's not a business behind a business. Everything is residential or apartments or condos. They're not too deep. Businesses aren't too deep very often. Then we went down to Kroger's, the big Kroger's down in Anderson. Now maybe things are different in Anderson Township. They're not. There's a business out front, and right behind it is apartments, condos, nursing home maybe, and residential. They're really watching this encroachment thing, And if we start encroaching on our property, what's gonna happen when the next guy buys my place? How's it gonna affect my poor neighbors that's close to, they don't have a $500,000 stick in a house or move, or they don't have a house in Florida they can go to. So what's gonna happen to them? And that's my concern. I'll make it one way or the other. I mean, if we have to sell out, we'll just sell out if we have to, but you're gonna have the same darn problem. The problem was there. And it started back when they put that stupid pipe in across the front of that property's yard and built that catch basin in front of my house. They got a 24-inch pipe going into the catch basin and an 18-inch pipe going out to the creek. So that's why you see the open top catch basin. They had to make a place for the water to gush out because they knew it wasn't going to go down that 18-inch pipe. And now they're going to add another big pipe from the retention pond down there? I don't think that's a good idea. I'm sorry, but I just hate to see this drainage situation, and nobody can do anything about the drainage water. I've talked to the state, the county, water, sewer. I've been everywhere. No, everybody says it's your problem. You got to deal with it. It's your problem. Well, poor old Frank, he dealt with his problem. That pipe that's running across there, that 24-inch pipe, he was having sinkholes in that front yard, and I helped him patch that big 24-inch pipe. He dug it up, and the pipes were not butted together. They were butt to bell and then bell to bell. I mean, they used scrap pipes, and Frank worked his butt off out there trying to patch them up to keep the sinkholes. So that pipe that's dangled across there that was put in 70 years ago is in really bad shape right now. And that's what's draining, what did I name it for? The car wash, the bowling alley, the retention pond, wings and rings. That's the pipe that's draining all that water. And what happens when all that fails, then you look uphill toward Beachmont, and then there's a river coming down on top of the ground. So everything that's underground, it doesn't matter anyhow because the water's running on top of the ground. And you see it in that picture. That's surface water. That's not even piped water. And we're going to add to that? I don't know. We've got to figure something out.
Oh, Mr. Riggins, hold on one second. Mr. Becker, do you have anything for him? Mr. Logue?
Not currently, no. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, one question is, or two. You brought up the fence. What if they let you pick out the fence?
There's only one fence that I've seen that I would even have close to my property, and it's behind the Pancake House. It's a white plastic fence. Notice it next time you're down there. It's a commercial fence. The bottom of it is like 5 foot, and then there's a space, and then there's a top piece that goes across, and it really looks nice. It's all plastic, and that's the only thing I would even consider.
Reason why I'm asking you is because this butts up to your property. So, if Mr. Usi would step up here and say, Mr. Wiggins, what fence would you like? Roger that. That's where I'm getting at. Second question I have for you is, you brought up, okay, so if the retention pond was moved, I am not an engineer. I don't even know if this is an option. I'm not that smart. If it was moved, or another one was created closer to Hopper Hill, would that, and not only was the detention pond was moved north, away from your fence line slightly, and if either another one was created or moved slightly to the west towards Hopper Hill, would that solve your issue, and would you be okay with this?
West wouldn't help, because that would just put it even closer to my house. But
Well, I'm saying west towards Hopper Hill, right? I'm thinking it's
Still closer.
Put it closer to his house, he's saying.
Oh, well, okay, I see that, okay. But if another one was created, if this is possible, again, I'm not an engineer, I don't know. on the, closer to Hopper Hill, right on the road there, slightly, obviously ahead of your fence line, would that help your drainage issue, and would that help the water issue?
There's so much water runs down through there, it would, it
wouldn't help
wouldn't
at all
work.
either?
It wouldn't work there, because there's a valley there. There's the valley, that's where the,
Okay,
as you look up Hopper Hill Road, you're looking at Beachmont, and Beachmont is sloped on an angle
Yeah.
right down Hopper Hill. There's a lot of runoff off Beachmont.
okay.
I don't think it'd work there.
Last two questions, very quickly. Is there anything that the Wooshty family can do to make you happy with this project?
Yeah, there would be. Move that detention pond over on their existing property where they're tearing them two houses down,
Okay.
and then run the pipe to the creek, go down along Austin, like it should. That way they got an open pipe dripping into the creek, open pipe. They're gonna do it underground. They're gonna tie in underground into the side of that big pipe,
Okay.
and it's not gonna work.
You are, how has the Honda dealership, the Wooshty family, been to this neighborhood with you and your house? Is it negative, positive, you okay with it?
Oh, yeah, hey, I think they should have a new building.
Okay.
That thing's a dinosaur, really. It's one of the oldest looking buildings around there.
I would agree.
It's too close to the road, you can't get in and out, the water runs everywhere. The parking lots, you don't know where you can go, because they got, some of it's that direction, some that, it needs to be refurbished. But they need to do it on their property. They've got enough property to do it if they would rearrange it, but what really bugs me, it looks like they engineered everything great, and they said, well, we need to put a pond. Well, let's stick it over here in the corner. These neighbors over, let's really put it out of the way and stick it over in the corner. Well, how are we gonna get rid of the water? Well, let's just run it down over the hill and we'll stick it into that catch basin. Maybe he'll never even know it.
Yeah.
Well, I know it.
Oh, I hear you, I do.
And I'm watching. We've been watching Mike's car wash. They've had some spills in that creek, and we're watching that water close. So,
Thank you, Mr. Williams, very much, thank you.
thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine, you're fine. Yeah, please, next. I'm gonna go and swear you in, same thing. Please
My
raise your right
name
hand.
is Charles Rottinghouse.
Hey,
I
Charles,
live
I'm gonna just swear you in real quick, is that okay?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Perfect. State your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Charles Rottinghouse. I live at 4008 Austin Drive.
You
I
said
live
rotting
right
house?
across- Please?
You said rotting house?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I've lived on Austin for myself for 36 years. My wife's lived longer than that. But we fought Honda's water for years. We used to flood all the time. And I spent $38,000 raising everything up and built a garage. And it solved our water problem going into our house, but the water still goes between the two houses.
Which address are you at on Austin?
4008.
Why am I not seeing this?
It's the second
Oh, I
house.
see, yeah, okay. Oh, so you're across the street?
Yeah,
On Austin, okay.
we're right across the street from the one house we
Got it.
bought. And my thing is I stress that we live in a neighborhood. I've seen families grow up there, even in them houses. We used to visit in them houses, and they bought it. Now our neighborhood's going to be gone. All we're going to see is a big building and a bunch of cars, and the water they say they're going to fix. Well, they never fixed it for 36 years I've been there. And so I really don't trust what's going to happen. But anyway, we solved our water problem but it cost me a lot of money. And they never, they knew that water was coming down there, but they never did anything for a year. And also, the drainage down our street, I mean, as soon as it rains hard, some people got small pipes. When that was all put in years before I came, everybody put in their own kind of pipes down that drain. And some put in little pipes, and my wife, when she lived there, they made her put in the big pipes. But they didn't make everybody put in the same kind of pipe. So that drain, as soon as it rains hard, it overflows and everything goes down between the houses. So anyway, that's about all I got to say.
And then, did you have anything for Mr. Wrighthouse?
Okay, thank you.
And then just same question I'll ask every single person that comes up. Is there anything at all that the Honda dealership can do to make you happy and be okay with this project?
Just keep it the way it is, or move.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, John, for coming by.
Okay. Next. That's okay. Okay, let me go and swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Please state your name and...
My name is Virginia Ridinghouse at 4008 Austin Drive. My husband just renovated most of our problems, but I bought the property back in 1972, and I worked 3 jobs for 10 years, and I had water problems. However, after I was blessed to meet him, we solved most of them. But it would come across 125, down the driveway from Honda, across our front yard, into the laundry room, into the family room, and to the basement. Then it would come down the driveway with the water so full and heavy, it would got into both of our cars. And after a couple of times, we decided we had to do something. So that's when we built the garage at the top. I'm asking you please to reconsider and don't destroy our neighborhood. This is where we've worked to retire and to enjoy the neighbors and their families out in their yards working. As of right now, I will look out my dining room window, my living room window, and my kitchen, and I'm going to see a layer of blacktop and cars. That isn't a very welcoming sight. The water is still going to come down that driveway, even across that where the 2 houses are they're going to tear down. The water's still going to come that way. I'm getting too old to clean water, too lazy, truthfully, but please don't destroy our neighborhood. Our property's going to go down, and no one's going to want to buy our property. Next door to us, the post on the porch has fallen down. They're laying on the porch. And across at the BP station, it's a garbage pit. They're giving Rumpke a run for his money. And no one's going to give us our value of our house. We're too old to go out and buy another one, because no bank's going to give us money at 80 years old. I'm asking you, please consider and don't destroy our neighborhood, because we look forward to retiring, but we also look forward to a friendly neighborhood and children, families coming back and forth from work on our driveway. Thank you for listening.
No problem, no problem. Mr. Becker, do you have anything?
Yeah, I
Please
do
go
have
ahead.
a question.
Now, wait a minute. I don't have good hearing, so I'm going to have to walk over.
Oh, it's-
Yeah, no problem. So, I met with your husband, and he kind of gave me a brief tour of kind of what's going on in the neighborhood with the water. I appreciate that. That was very helpful. And I guess something I'm concerned about, I haven't brought this up yet, but at some point I was this evening. This question is really for, everybody in the room, not just you all. But you have a current problem with the BP gas station that's blighted, shut down. It used to be called a Clark gas station. I'm not sure what it was the last time I bought gasoline there was a Clark. I don't know how many years ago that was. Okay, so, and that's a blighted property that's shut down. With Honda East, nobody has said this to me. I'm just reading between the lines and connecting the dots. My guess is, if this doesn't get approved, they're gonna pull out. They're gonna move. Then you have the problem of now you have a dealership that's an abandoned property and blighted. Now, some used car lot might move into that, Lefty Louie's or, Shady Sam's. I mean, who knows? Buy here, pay here, no credit, no problem. So I guess my question really for all y'all is, would you prefer Honda East just pull out and abandon the building? Or prefer that, well, maybe, okay, that's what I'm asking. Or do you prefer?
To live happily. Would you folks like that to be in front of your house when you get ready to retire?
I would not want to live next to a business.
You got Honda East next door to you with the blacktop looking out your living room, your dining room, and kitchen window?
I bought a house out in the woods for a reason.
Well, I'm sorry, but I hope you give it consideration.
Oh, we certainly will, yes. Thank you.
So, did you have anything?
Thank you for listening.
No?
No, I appreciate it, thank you.
Ms. Ronnehouse, so I heard the water drainage and I heard the beautification that looks across the street.
The water, right. The lights I can tolerate.
Okay.
But the water is it was horrible.
Okay. Same question. Is there anything that Honda East can do to make you happy?
I don't think
Okay.
that they'll ever get the drainage on Austin Drive. Nobody can do it. It's been there for years.
Okay. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Okay. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else as far as an opponent to this? Okay. Okay. Same thing. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Great. Please state your name and address.
My name
for
is
the record.
Paul Hummelmeyer. I live at 3973 Hopper Hill Road.
973. So you're a little bit further down.
That's correct.
Okay, I see. You said 3973?
3973.
Okay. Sure, sure. And then, I'm sorry, did you state your name? I didn't get it, I'm sorry.
It's Paul Hummelmeyer.
Hummelmeyer, okay.
I'm not Italian.
Hummelmeyer, got it. I just want to call you by your proper name there, sir. All right, go ahead, please.
Well, first of all, I want to compliment that gentleman right there.
Mr. McCormick?
Yes.
Good, I think he's doing a good job, too.
No, he does an excellent job. You better keep your eyes on him because somebody's going to hire him or try and
I
steal him
really
from this
hope you were
township.
flat out wrong.
No, I mean, I've dealt with a lot of public agencies and different offices.
Yeah.
And that guy, the whole office over there bends over backwards to accommodate people.
In all seriousness, I do appreciate the positive feedback. You don't hear positivity too much, especially from government these days and age. So,
No, he's.
appreciate that very much.
No, he's
Mark.
excellent. He
Mark's
really
good.
is. If he doesn't know the answer to something, he'll tell you, and he does get back to you in a very timely manner, and he's a perfect gentleman, believe me.
Thank you, appreciate the feedback very much, thank you. Mark, did you pay him to say that?
One of the things that I want to bring up, the first thing is this. Years ago, this property was tried, the same exact properties that were applied to the B rezone. This body here, not you people, but the trustees voted it down, and this was a long time ago. I got the paperwork right over here to show you if you want to see it.
You're good, yeah.
I mean, somebody a long time ago thought it was good. You know, they wanted to rezone it. The guy that owned the Honda dealership property, their last name is Light, and the guy that owned it next door to him, his name was Rothwell. They applied to have it rezoned, and the zoning board and this body here, the trustees, voted to turn it down. And this was quite a number of years ago. They thought back then it was a bad idea, and I can't imagine why it's a good idea now. Back in November, there was a very similar property you turned down for zoning on Buxton Road. Somebody wanted to build a beer drive-through. And on 3 sides of that property, there was residential property. One of the reasons that you turned it down, A, was traffic, because it would exacerbate the traffic problems, and B, was because it had residential property surrounding all 3 sides of it. That's what this is. There's residential property around all 3 sides of it if you allow this to come down that road. Am I making sense at all?
Absolutely.
Okay. Now, the reason I gave you those pictures and what everybody here was addressing is how they don't take care of their properties now. If you see that fence right there, I mean, that looks like something that's like one of them junkyards down there on Kellogg Avenue. I mean, those pictures, there's the back of their property. They don't do anything to maintain it. If they rebuild this property and then don't maintain it like they're not doing now, I mean, it's just senseless. It just brings the problem on down towards us. Another major issue that these people here have, and I'm just not speaking on behalf of them, but that we all had discussions about this, is how it's going to devalue our properties. Their property is going to go up in value, and it's going to devalue the tar out of our properties. Mr. McCormick, when I was here at the zoning meeting, we'd spoken about the traffic on that road. And his latest figures, and Mark, correct me if I'm wrong here, that there was, I think the figure was 9,000 cars a day go down that road. I'm speaking of Hopper Hill Road. Okay, and that was from what, 2013? 2014, so that's going on 10 years old, a study. What these people don't realize is that people that live in Moscow, Ohio, and New Richmond, Ohio, use that as a gateway to get up to the Beachmont corridor and to get up onto 275 so they go to work. The traffic on that road now is horrendous. At the last 100 feet of that road, or maybe as much as 200 feet, there's 8 driveways. You got the bowling alley, Hondi's driveways, a couple of residentials, the chicken place, the car wash, all those driveways are converging there all at once. And I mean, there's just a tremendous amount of traffic here. And it's allegedly a 40-mile-an-hour zone. And you believe that, I've got some property I want to sell you somewhere else. But, and then the next thing, they talk about they got a place up there where they deliver the cars up on Buxton Road. They prep them and they do all the prep work there. That is true, but they still drop cars off in front of that building down there. 2 weeks ago on a Friday night, at 5:30 or 5:45 in the afternoon, they had the right-hand lane blocked of 125 unloading trailers, unloading a trailer with cars on it. And you can check that out with Tony Reese, because they sent a policeman down there, and I'm not sure what he actually told him, but I'm more or less told, I guess I'm assuming that they told him to move on. But they were actually they had traffic blocked at 5:30 in the afternoon on a Friday, which is horrible down there. Next thing. This water retention pond, they keep saying is going to be the savior of all this. Getting back to how they don't maintain their property, when that fills up with silt after a few years, who's going to correct that? For all these years, everybody here has been begging them to fix the water drainage problems off of their property, and they have done nothing, absolutely nothing about it. Those people on Austin Drive got a mess, and so does Ralph. I mean, there's a lot of times Ralph can't get to his house because that water's going down through the front of that yard there. Here's another big issue. They want to expand that and expand their service department also. That means they're going to put more service bays, more mechanics, and more people going out on test drives. Now, would any of you people want somebody test driving a car down past your house where your children are playing or your grandchildren? If there was nothing wrong with it, they wouldn't need to test drive it. Think about it. So why are they go up and down Hopper Hill Road, all day long. They drive down, they turn around down there somewhere, God knows where, and come back. I mean, all of our houses are there. They're test driving. Everybody's got kids and grandkids and stuff, and it's just not good for what ours is a true residential neighborhood. the other day, they were talking at the zoning meeting about, as you come down Hopper Hill Road, it's slightly wider down to where Mike's Car Wash is, and then it narrows back down. And in this whole plan here, they don't have any addresses where trucks can come in and out there other than Hopper Hill Road. Well, if you try and bring an 18-wheeler down Hopper Hill Road and then turn into their property and then turn back out, you can't do it. I mean, how are they gonna make their deliveries, not the cars, but their other deliveries, their oils and their tires and all the other stuff, with these big trucks going in and out there? It's just, it's not conducive to a residential road, and that's all Hopper Hill Road is. I've lived there 45 years, and you can hear these people, I'm one of the junior people that live there. I mean, there's a lot, I'm one of the, there's people down the street from me that's got much more seniority than me living there. I mean, it's a family-oriented residential neighborhood. And the other thing they're not addressing is, it doesn't show it on any of these maps, but there's a creek behind Ralph's house, between Ralph's house and where that church is. Well, if you follow that creek on down to where it goes down to Piccadilly, one of your favorite places, that pipe, you go down there today, I was just down there about a week ago, and there's logs in front of it now that's blocking about 25% of that drain pipe through there. And the next street down from mine, I've lived there 45 years, and I'm pretty sure it's Leanne, the next street down Hopper Hill Road. You go down to the end of that road, and this hasn't got nothing to do with Hondi's. This is not their fight. But that's all backed up there. And then it actually starts from up where Frisch's is at, because there's no water retention ponds all the way down through there. The entire part of that, nobody's ever addressed any of these water problems. And that creek there floods all the time, and floods in the back of Ralph's property. And there's another guy that lives there named Rod across the street from me. And it's actually, with Ralph, is that this high?
Oh, that pipe?
No, that wall behind Ralph, Rod's house. Yeah, but pictures don't say, how tall is that?
It's over your head.
Okay, if I'm standing in that creek bed.
But is this, so is this an issue that's further south?
Correct.
So I don't want, I'm not trying to come across rude.
No, I wouldn't, I
However-
think,
Creek that drains into.
Oh,
The 8 Mile Creek.
Oh, okay, so it is pertaining.
It's 8 Mile Creek though, right?
So,
where all this water's coming to, what I'm getting to is it's at
I see
Rod's
what you're
house.
saying. 'Cause
And
just
there's a
for-
wall this high.
Okay,
And it
yeah.
comes up above, the creek floods that much. That's what they're not getting that point across to. The creek floods that much. It comes up over my head, and it goes in this guy's backyard and floods that, and it floods Ralph's property. That's the main issue, I mean, with them in that creek. There's just so much water converging there already, and this sure as heck isn't gonna help it. I Googled if it rains 1 inch in 1 hour, on an acre of ground, and I'm reasonably sure this is correct, it's just short of 30,000 gallons of water, just on 1 acre. They're gonna cover up 9 acres. So, 3 times 9 is 27, that's 270,000 gallons of water. And, that's just the points that I wanted to get across to you. And then here in your 2030 horizon plan here, I just want to say something that you've got written down here. It says on your goals that you set with this 2030 horizon plan, it says here, and I quote, "To continue patterns of high-quality residential growth consistent with the character of the township." And we don't need no more residential growth. We got it perfect now. If you let this come down there, it's not going to be perfect anymore. And over here on where land use recommendations, I quote, "Recent residential and commercial development has been aimed at increased intensity on the use of the corridor as opposed to expansion further north or south of the defined limits." And that's what you're wanting to do, is come down that road further. I mean, this is your book, you know, and you say on there that you don't want that coming down these roads any further, this commercial property. And then over here, we got another one here. No, this is a copy of that. Pat, we couldn't get it off, we couldn't print it out. I went to the zoning board and they hadn't had the notes ready, or the minutes of the last meeting, but this is what is in this here, so I'm done.
Okay, okay. And Mr. Holmeyer, just a minute. Mr. Becker, do you have anything for him? Mr. Logue, do you have anything for Mr. Holmeyer?
I was just looking at the 1 inch of rain an hour on 9 acres is 244,000 gallons of water. So, I was just taking a look at that real quick, but I think when we get to board comments, we can dig into it, so I'm good with this.
She looks like she's pretty slick with the phone. I'm sure she could Google it real quick and.
I'm looking at the maps here.
Appreciate it, sir. I was just going to ask you, it seems like I'm hearing the same reoccurring, actually, the delivering of the cars is a new one. That's the first time I've heard that tonight. So the drainage, traffic, property maintenance as far as the fence line and landscaping.
All across the back of that whole property.
Yeah, I got the picture. I got it. It's just a question for you. If these issues were addressed, is there anything at all that would make you happy to where you'd be okay with this getting done? Is there anything at all? Or are you flat out against it and that's that?
That's our point. They haven't addressed it in 30 years, just like these people have complained about the water problems coming off there to them for 30 years.
So for example, if I was to entertain a motion to these two gentlemen, and we discuss it and we pass it, in that motion, we can make recommendations. And basically what that means is that nothing would be approved unless they do it with our recommendations. So if I say, hey, Honda dealership, you got to put a new fence up. And until you put a new fence up, you can't do anything. Or until you fill in the blank. See, that's what we'll say with modified or recommendation. So to you, my question is, if we hold our feet to the fire, and if we address your concerns, is there anything that you would be okay with for them to do this project, or are you flat out against it?
I'm flat out against it. For the simple reason, they don't keep their word. They don't take care of the place now. It looks like, go up there and look at it. The pictures tell thousands.
Yeah, I'm very familiar, yeah.
I mean, we don't want that mess coming down there on us. And the other thing is the traffic and the safety concerns with them. I mean, they even run their traffic, their Honda East van that they take people in and out of there with, over through the BP lot to get out on the 125.
Yeah.
I mean, their people do it. The school bus does it. Clermont Senior Services goes through there, which has got nothing to really do with Honda East, but that's the only way in and out there, and it's just gonna make it 100 times worse.
Yeah, well said, okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, appreciate you very much.
Can I have my pictures back?
I gave them to the fiscal officer.
I got it right here. Perfect. Yeah, there you are, sir.
Thanks.
Yes, no problem,
Thank
you
you.
got it. Okay, is there anyone else that would like to speak as an opponent against this project?
If there's.
Please. Oh, Mr. Romano, you were finished, correct? I'm sorry. I didn't-
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I'm sorry, okay, I thought you were done. Okay, good, I did not mean to.
No, believe me, I've been kicked out of other places.
I was not kicking you, I thought you were done, I'm sorry. Okay, same thing, would you please raise your right hand? You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, please state your name and your address, please.
Rob Pierce at 3991 Austin Drive.
Got you right here, okay.
I don't have anything against Honda. I bought a couple cars and a lawnmower from them throughout the years. I've been on Austin Drive for about 30-some years. I've seen a
If
lot.
it's okay, could you speak closer to the mic? Okay,
I've been
perfect,
on
okay.
Austin Drive for about 30 years or so, and seen a lot of changes and stuff. My one concern is I like where I live. For one, it's convenient to shopping and everything. I don't have far to go anywhere. And when I'm at my house, and I've had people over there, they say, wow, I can't believe you're so close to Beachmont, it's so quiet. That's because there's like a buffer of trees that run along there. And in the summertime, you're out there, kills the sound of everything, except for when they put the walls up on the highway. I got a lot of reflection. So the fence thing is not a big deal. It's just going to the trees are really helpful to keep the sound and everything away. When all that comes down, I have a straight shot of Home Depot, everything. It's just gonna be wide open. So if your question is, what could they do? That'd be like, I don't think there's enough time in my life to have a mature trees put up around the end of this concrete and all that stuff, because there's a lot of mature trees right there now. And they're gonna have to tear all those down, which is kinda sad. But, that's about it. I'm just, I was shocked at the zoning meeting when they said that they wanted to keep everything the residential plan, and I thought I was kinda relieved. But, I can always, since I've lived there, I always thought this is a prime place for, the whole street to be bought over and, industry move in and all that stuff. But other than that, I just like where I live. But, I won't get into any water problems, but anyway, that's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Can I catch, what was your name and address again?
Rob Pierce, 3991 Austin Drive.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pierce.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Mr.
it.
Pierce. Okay. Is there anyone else that'd like to speak? Okay, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, please state your name and address, please, for the
My
record.
name is Darrell Wolf. I live at 3984 Austin Road. I live at the bottom of the hill.
Got it.
First of all, Mr. Becker, I want to thank you for stopping down and actually looking over our situation.
I appreciate you taking the time to chat with me.
My concern, everybody's addressing the water issue. My main concern is I want to keep the neighborhood a residential only. Right now, the way everything's designed right now, to leave my neighborhood daily, to pull out, is almost an accident daily between Honda East cars coming out that side entrance and the gas stations. Which the one gas station still is in business, the old Clark.
Is it still in business?
The old Clark, yeah, it's now the Cherry Grove gas station or Marathon, something like that now.
Oh, I thought it shut down, I'm sorry.
Nah, they're still open. The BP's gone.
Okay.
The property value is a big concern. It's harder to get people to be interested in that neighborhood, the more development that goes around there. We'd just like to keep it a residential neighborhood, and as far as moving the retention pond over onto Austin Drive, that's a big no-no. We got water problems.
So what, I want to say it was Mr. Wiggins, I believe?
Ralph.
So you're against his idea?
Right.
Got it, okay, just make sure we're on the same
Yeah,
page.
we already got a ton of problems now, and I even discussed with him, back in 2003, it was a real bad flood for all of us. He even moved his bridge, I think, three feet from where he originally put it. He has a bridge that goes over the top of that creek.
Okay.
And the one guy that used to live there, if he was still alive, he'd be here tonight. He had an in-ground pool there, and because of all the water that year, it completely tore his whole pool out beyond repairable, so he filled it in. So we're constantly losing value, mainly because of water, but now to bring something farther, a business farther down our road is really going to appreciate the values.
Okay. Do you have any questions for Mr. Pierce? Or Mr. Wolf, sorry? No. Mr. Logan?
What was your address, Mr. Wolf?
3984 Austin.
Thank you very much,
Yes,
Mr.
thank you,
Wolf.
Mr. Wolf, thank you.
No asking what they could do.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's 10 o'clock at night, I'm losing my
Getting
mind.
late.
I'm sorry, if I make any speeching errors, I'm gonna just contribute the time, so I'm sorry.
Two options. One,
Mr. Wolf,
they can-
did you have, are you flat out against the project, or is there anything that?
Flat out against it, they can go elsewhere, that's fine, or I'll take a buyout, and I'll go away. They can do whatever.
You got it. Thank you, sir, appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak tonight? That's an opponent of this? Okay.
Can we bring the proponent back? up?
Absolutely. So let's bring, I actually see, whoever from the Woosty family or Mr. Wattenberg, whoever. Would anybody else like to speak as far as to kind of address some of the residents' concerns? If you could please raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please, and then state your name and address for the record.
My name is William Woosty. I'm the managing member of Woosty Investments Limited and the president of Honda East for 3997 McMahon Road.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you have questions specifically, or do you want me to try to remember? Oh, first of all, it's important to note we do not own, I know Chris said it, we don't own this driveway to Austin. That's owned by the gas station.
Okay. So, but it's just shared, correct?
Well, we found out through this process really that back in the 70s, somebody signed an easement prior to this dealership being built and many, many owners of the gas station ago that there was an easement there. So it's not our driveway to deal with, but it's about, we have an easement just to cross over it.
Okay.
And I would say now it's probably used heavily because the entrance to our service department currently is there, so they come in on that secondary road that Chris was describing, that where people can park right in the immediate front of the building today. But so that traffic goes away with the new building.
Oh, okay, so hold on. So you're saying, because I've heard the traffic issue quite a bit. So you're saying the traffic on Austin is going to go away or
So
be
the service
minimized?
traffic that comes into the store either comes really from this is not the current store, but would come from this driveway that exists here, not the main driveway so much. Because the entrance to the service department is on this side, pretty much, you go in the Austin Drive and you go up a little bit into the service department from the back. So it kind of comes from two directions, off of Beachmont or off of Austin there. That will not be the case. We won't use the Austin Drive. And the new thing, in fact, the lady, I think, sent the board a letter about asking if we would release the easement, and just, with all this, we haven't had time to even think about it or do anything yet with it. But.
Fair enough, okay.
Mrs. Wiggins, questions about this house. This is a house, this is a garage. This is a family member here that's 100 years old. She'll be 101 in May. What I would like to do is...
This is a family member of yours?
My wife's grandmother.
Oh, okay.
And I would like, this is a two-story house. She can't go up the steps or down the steps, but she drives herself to the grocery store every day. She's quite the character. Mr. Haas's house is a one-story house, and I would like to do that, but that's a negotiation. My wife is the boss in my family, so what she says, and she would be the one that'd have to tangle with the 101-year-old lady that lives in the first house there. But I'd love to know what you heard, but my plan is to maintain this house as a house. If she weren't to live there, we would rent it. We're a franchise, so franchises have requirements to be able to be a franchise. One of them is square footage of building. The other one is parking spaces for a car dealership. But the car business is changing. The pandemic changed drastically. The bulk of this new building is service, because in the shift to electric cars, a technician will need two bays. He'll need a mechanical bay for old cars, and he needs a flat bay to work on electric cars. So I'd love to say we're gonna triple, quadruple, and whatever our business, but that's really not the plan. The plan is to expand to accommodate. Our building is so small today, we run two shifts. So we would probably do a little bit less of that shift-wise, because some people love it, some people hate it, customers love it. But the bigger building allows for each technician to have two bays. Let me see. Oh, traffic-wise, we do about 100 service customers a day. And on a Saturday, we might have 25 sales customers. So volume-wise, I think we're a pretty low impact volume. I had a friend that worked at Mike's next door. He said they'll wash between 1,000 and 2,000 cars a day. So we're not anywhere close to that, volume-wise. We would, if this were to become vacant, we would not, we would tear it down, but not do anything with it. It would become green space or whatever else. It's all of this. The reason why I purchased this is to put green space between the dealership and the residential area. So we want a buffer to the neighbors. And that's the reason for the purchase.
I want to make sure I heard you correctly. The two buildings that your wife's grandmother lives in right there, you're saying you're not doing anything with that?
Well, if that were to become vacant, we would tear it down. It's an older structure.
Okay. Meaning like if she moves out or, okay,
Yeah.
got it, okay.
I also heard that they would rent one of the houses
Well,
potentially.
that's the other one, correct?
This
So
house.
so you don't, for the time being, you're not planning on doing anything to those structures at all? Is that correct?
Well, we have to do some interior, this is a kind of a.
Well,
this
as
needs
interior, I
some-
can care less what you do. What I'm talking about as far as demoing them is what I'm getting to.
No,
'Cause
not
I-
with this project, no.
I thought Mr. Wattenberg said that in the future, you may intend to come back and want to
If
put
she were
pavement
to
in.
not be in this house,
Okay.
the house and that garage, they would go away.
Got it, okay.
So Frank's house you're not going to tear down, is that what you're
No.
saying? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Or the garage barn behind Frank's house there.
Okay.
And the fence, the fence, I share Mr. Logue's concern as someone who almost drowned in a pond when he was a kid being stupid. A fence wouldn't save me, because that's how stupid I was, but.
Correct. Same
But
here.
I had the same concern, and I have grandchildren, I can see like Mr. Pierce's fence around, pool kind of fence, or something to protect that. It's the first thing I said to these guys, as long as we can get in to maintain it, which would just be a gate thing. And the fence that goes around the property, I'm happy, landscape, no fence, big fence, little fence, split rail fence, plastic fence, not, this area again, is green space. We have a required square footage, as I said, and that counts. So the fact that it's blacktop or not blacktop, it counts in the total square footage, and it gives us credit with Honda for having that. And this retention basin can slide. It can't slide to Austin because of the setbacks on the property lines and the street setbacks of the streetscape. It just couldn't possibly go there, but it can slide forward.
You mean towards the parking lot, or you mean towards Hopper Hill?
Towards Beachmont.
Beachmont, towards
Towards
Beachmont.
parking
lot. Okay.
Okay.
So the detention basin, you could move north, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That might make the Wiggins more comfortable getting it away from their property line.
And I am no engineer, but the one thing just listening to what's being said, I don't know if we're taking into consideration the water that will no longer be crashing into the retention basin that's in front of my wife's grandmother's house. So
Yeah.
that water all gets diverted into the detention basin, so you no longer have that huge crush of water coming down the street. But like I said, an engineer designed that thing.
Sure.
Not me
Yeah,
here.
I'm glad you, as we share that, or bring that up. Gentlemen, I'm just looking at there's not a picture that I've seen presented here, but it's the last parcel, maybe that was listed out, but it's the 413216 Bravo 132, and I see it here as a Fletcher, Michael, it looks like it's just south of where your grandmother's at right now. It's what you last bought. It's what's between the Wiggins and where this property's at. But it really, the property there, it looks like there's basically like a moat that goes behind their house. That's what I see from
Beautiful,
the aerial.
they built, I think, you all built it together, right? The thing that goes through Frank's yard to.
Okay, that's Frank. Okay, now I'm up to speed.
It's,
15 years ago.
Okay, now I'm up to speed on who Frank was, because I'm looking at Michael Fletcher, trustee, and I'm like, okay, who's that? But,
Frank Haas.
stone, and there's stones in there, and
Yeah,
it's,
that little creek-looking thing,
yeah,
that used to be a deep creek that ran across the back of our property.
right.
yeah.
And so I couldn't get to the other side to even take care of it. You know, 8 foot of nothing. So I filled it in and put that plastic pipe in 15 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, well, anyway, I was just identifying from what you're referencing for the detention basin and looking at the drawings, you see very clearly the 22 or 27 detention basins and how they drain to, or the culverts and how they drain to the detention basin and then to the 24-inch pipe for the controlled leak. So I think that takes that whole segment there out of play. It's no longer going to have that water crashing.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Becker, do you have any questions, please?
Yeah, do you have the expertise, or maybe one of your people that's with you, to explain how a detention basin works?
Mr. Wattenberg, I've already sworn you in, so you can go ahead and speak. And then, Mr. Wooster, if you could just stand by.
Yes, sir.
So,
You want
well,
me to explain how a detention basin works?
Yeah, well,
There are two types of basins. There's a retention where you hold water, and there's a detention basin which just holds it and releases it, and it's dry, okay? What happens is in this case, we pick up the water before, generally it's along a hill or it's a low area is where you want to put this, and you pick up the water while it's coming off the blacktop or hard impervious surfaces. In catch basins and pipes, you run it to the basin contains it, and at the outside of the basin, there is a discharge. And their engineers can design it so that for a 25-year storm, it releases so much water. As the basin fills up, you have a bigger or a smaller orifice that discharges the water into a pipe, and it goes on. And the county makes us discharge in what they consider is the natural water flow. The natural water course is what we have to discharge to. You can't say, okay, everything's sloping down here, the natural water course is here, I'll put my detention basin in and put it over here on somebody who doesn't get that water, okay? So they will give us requirements on that. You design the size of the detention and the discharge based upon the year of storm that you're designing for, the area that's coming to it, and the material from which the water is coming off of. If it's grass, it takes longer to get someplace, okay? If it's impervious surface, it gets there pretty quick. So in this case, we're catching the water on the impervious surface, okay? So we got it quick. We're putting it via pipe. We're not running it down a ditch or that type of thing. We're doing it via pipe, taking it to the retention basin. The retention basin is sized. The county requires us to size for a 25, as the main event, a 25-year storm. 25-year storm here, it's about a 5.5-inch rain over 24 hours. A 100-year storm here is a 6-inch rain over 24 hours. We've got the capacity. We went ahead and we have a 100-year storm capacity in that retention basin, okay? And a 25-year storm versus a 50-year storm versus a 100-year storm is a term that they've used over the years, and people recognize it. Really, a 100-year storm is a 1% storm. A 1,000-year storm is a 1/10 of a percent storm. A 50-year storm is a 2% storm. In other words, at any one time, you got 2% chance that you're gonna have that storm today, okay? But there is capacities and volumes. You can go on the, obviously Google has everything now, but you can go on and type in 25-year storm Cincinnati area, and you'll get, it's like a little over 5 inches in 24 hours.
That's good, thank you, thank you. The,
Okay.
do you have any questions?
Yeah, I got two questions. How deep do you anticipate this basin is going to be?
Oh, darn.
It's on the drawing here.
It's on the drawing, it's on a, if you've got the side slopes, it actually shows you,
I got eight.
it was 8 or 9.
875 at the bottom.
Yeah.
And looks like about 882 at the top, so 7 feet.
About 7 feet.
885 on the high side.
885.
On the western side.
Right.
885.
About 9 feet total?
So 10 feet.
Yeah, it's about 10, it'll be about 10 feet at the one end and 8 feet or something like that on the other.
So are there multiple pipes in one of these?
No.
Okay, so it's just one pipe at the bottom?
One pipe coming in, yeah.
Okay, so how big would that pipe be?
I don't have that design. Thomas Graham is finalizing the pipes and how many are going to what and all this type of thing.
I'm just trying to understand how the metering works.
Okay,
You know,
in general, that's probably gonna be about an 18-inch pipe coming in. And then going out, it's gonna be something, a 9, we may not have a pipe, we may have a 12-inch pipe coming out of it, but it'll come out of it in typically there's a tower, catch basin tower, and the water goes in and then the pipes runs out of it. But there's orifices in the side of the pipe, inside of the catch basin. And you can size those orifices as the box comes up and the water gets deeper, you can let more water out or you can hold water in. It all depends on how he designs its timing and that type of thing.
So I guess,
You're good, no, I'm sorry, you're good, you're good.
So with this design, it was, what, I think 2.25 feet per second?
2.25 feet per second.
Okay.
Cubic feet per second.
What makes that determination of the 2.25? I mean, is it the size of the pipe, the size of the basin?
No, that's the rainfall over the area. Okay?
But how does it
That's how you release it.
How does it meter the 2.25?
Well, you meter it based upon the size of the pipe coming out of it.
Okay.
And it'll flow,
Because only so much water can go through a
can
pipe
go through a pipe this big.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
So
All right, thank you.
here's the simple concept that's been in my mind. Take a 5-gallon Gatorade jug, take the top off, and start pouring a hose in the top of it, and start holding the bottom at the bottom, right? Is that Gatorade jug going to overflow or fill to the top? And it's going to be a controlled leak at the bottom because it's a very small nozzle. So that's basically what they're doing here in general. And when there's no controlled release of water, it's like the Bengals winning the Super Bowl and taking the Gatorade bucket and throwing it on top of everybody.
Right.
Do you have any more?
I'm good, go ahead.
Mr. Lee, do you have any more for?
No.
Well, we do for Mr. Woodsey, but just, but what I want to talk to you was,
Okay.
so, Mr. McCormick, can you throw the new design back up? The proposed design? Yeah, right there. Okay, so the surrounding properties, that are, you know, obviously the 3982, which is the property just south,
On 3982.
3982 on Hopper Hill, yeah, the big property just south.
Oh,
And
okay,
then-
yeah.
Well, which would, if you're looking at, to the left
Mr.
of the
Wiggins,
Ketchup Pond,
yeah.
on that picture.
Yeah,
And
Mr.
then obviously, all the properties adjacent in Austin, so all the ones to the, you know, they're right there, all those properties. Okay, so the number one thing, I mean, I've got a full page of notes here, is I've heard is water, 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 drainage, 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 okay? I'm not an expert, I won't pretend to be, it appears you are.
I'm a civil engineer.
Yes, and it's Mr. Woodsey's saying, I assume that you give his blessing on this, to, the pond can be moved around a little bit, away from the property lines a little bit, right? Okay, so, yes or no, all the surrounding properties, plain simple English, explain to me, is it going to make their water drainage better, or is it going to make it worse, or is it not gonna have any difference at all for all the properties, not just on the one on Hoppers Hills, but also the one on Austin?
They're, right now, there's a little ditch that runs. Let me see, it's right about there, and it starts about there and goes down. And Mr. Wiggins has got, there's a pipe that runs through here and goes down there. Because there's a little swale. You can see the little grading in there. There's a little swale in there that picks up that. We intended to get that water into here, and there's ways that we can do that. Other than that, these folks shouldn't be getting water.
Should not be?
No.
Okay. What
The
about?
water is the major water drainage. These people do because it's coming in here and going down through. And these actually drained water down through them.
Well,
And that's currently.
As far as the existing, sounds like life's not very good for them as far as drainage.
Right.
The new development, the new project, how are we looking?
There's a 5-foot wall here that's gonna have landscaping in front of it and everything, that's gonna raise this thing up 5 feet, so we can tilt the drainage back that direction. Okay?
Towards the basins, the catch.
Towards all these, if you.
It's like 6 or 7.
I know, there's about 7 of them right in here, and then there's the big one here, and then there's another 6 or 8 of them over here, and there's catch basins so that everything is flowing to the catch basin. It's not flowing off the pavement.
Got it.
It's all graded so that it picks it up. So every drop of water that falls on this will go into here and go there. All the water that went into this area and went into this retention, it was a small basin, but a little basin, plugged into that pipe and went down here. That's gonna stop. So therefore, Mr. Wiggins will not get that quantity of water that's coming off of here. It's going into that catch basin.
So you're putting a new catch basin over there?
We're gonna put, we're actually raising this up, and we'll put a catch basin in here, and we'll connect into and go down to here.
So in layman's terms, Mr. Wandenberg.
Anybody that's getting water
So.
will have less water.
Because these current pictures are pretty concerning, and I would not want this in my front yard. I would, so the question is this going to help Mr. Wiggins' problem or make it worse?
It's gonna help him. It's not gonna solve it.
Sure.
Because there's still, and he was right, there's an 18-inch coming across here, an 18-inch there, and an 18-inch here, coming down this area into this 24-inch pipe, and it goes right into there.
Okay.
Right into there.
And is this,
Now, this little basin, there's a little 30-foot, 30-inch pipe right there, and then it goes into a 24-inch on his property, okay? And we're gonna discharge there because that's the natural flow of the water from this area. But we're not gonna be putting 3 times as much or more than, come on, maybe. Yeah, well, up out of that detention basin that's now going in a 24-inch pipe, we're not gonna put that in there. We're gonna put it coming through the retention basin and slowing it down and putting it into the pipe down below that. At a much slower speed. I think that's about 11.9 at the discharge of that small detention basin right now.
Got it.
And we're gonna, and that's where, he said it's about 5 times less. That's what
that's all I got for Mr. Wandenberg.
All right.
Anything else, gentlemen? Good. Mr. Woosty? Perfect. Mr. Becker, I'll let you go ahead if you have any questions for Mr. Woosty.
Yeah, so I'm speculating that, and I hope I'm wrong, that if this project gets turned down, that you're going to pull up roots and move out. So what is the plan, or what do you have in mind if we say no?
Well, to keep the franchise, I have to meet the building requirements. So if I can't meet the building requirements, then yes, I have to find a new location.
Okay.
Could you meet the building requirements with the way it's currently zoned?
I could not meet the square footage parking requirements, the lot requirements, without this, even the green space, as I said, throws us way over their requirements. So I need, when we bought the original houses, the 2 on Austin and the 4004 Hopper. We bought those because we knew the way the building was, that's the way it needed to be expanded, because we knew it'd have to come back. We knew the streets, you know, all your requirements plus Honda's requirements, and we have to be able to build it while we operate. So that's another criteria, which still wouldn't, like I said, we couldn't put the retention basin on Austin because of the setbacks on behind the wings and these places, so. But yes is the answer, we'd have to move because we wouldn't meet the requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Luke?
Mr. Woosty. So this is obviously a significant investment to meet the requirements of Honda, what they're leveraging on you, and the fact that you potentially would have to leave, and that leaves another potentially vacant or turned over type of lot, like we all see with BP and the gas station that's there on the corner. You know, you've been in business a long time. You've invested in different areas, I'm sure, throughout. I don't know how many significant investments, but what type of knowledge can you speak to? You know, talking about water, we've talked about water, but what type of knowledge can you speak to property value and what you see? My sense is you're making a significant investment in an area that the activity there can be beneficial and breed better activity that the residents in the surrounding area could be interested in. But I want to hear, how have you heard or seen in your prior investments and property values of the surrounding areas?
Well, I really see this as the entrance to the gateway to that part of the township. And I think that BP and the house behind it are really a bad look for the township. My Honda dealership is that big square building in the front of Honda is 80, 90 years old. I mean, we've nursed it along as best as we could, but it really needs to go, and it needs the new look very badly. So I would hope, as has happened, we did a renovation of a vacant IGA store in Columbia Township, just close to Marymount. And what we've seen there, in a very similar situation with the residential area next to it, we purchased houses, again, as a buffer to the neighbors, rented them out for a number of years, and then when we needed to expand, to remodel, used part of them for a parking lot. The houses that we purchased, I want to say we purchased them probably in around after these houses, so maybe 2015. The houses that we bought for, some of them for, I think we bought 3 or 4 of them, and the cheapest one we bought was maybe $90,000, and the most expensive is $150,000, and the houses in that neighborhood that would border the dealership on 3 sides in Columbia Township are now in the $250,000 range. So I agree, I like living in the woods too, but I don't think we have damaged the neighborhood. We feel we're, compared to a typical dealership, very low impact. We have no outdoor paging. I've removed lights from the recommended plan. We lower our light poles to keep the light splash down. We've moved the traffic. Yes, and I apologize if a truck does show up. We don't control the truck drivers, but the trucks do go to our McMahon property. Every now and then, somebody will look up on their Google map Honda East and show up there, and we have to chase them out. But we do our best to keep that off of there for that reason, to keep the impact to the neighbors low. And I have to apologize to Mr. and Mrs. Wiggins about the grass. My fault. Anybody that's tried to hire a landscaper in the last year or so, I went through 3 of them in a month, so. Yeah, believe me. Which is why they got fired, quit, fired, new guy. So we're on our 4th one, and he's been pretty good so far. But I do apologize for that.
Anything else, Mr. Lee?
No, that satisfied questions I had currently top of mind, so really appreciate it, Mr. Woosty.
So, Mr. Woosty, is there any indication for future investment to expand in that green space lot at all?
In my lifetime, no. And frankly, the indication from specifically Honda is, and really all manufacturers, for the dealership business long-term to change. So they like the, order a car, have it delivered. They like it, they make more money. Dealers generally like it, so I think long-term, it will never be used.
Okay, fair enough. Any chance you could buy that BP site and make it a nice?
There is a thing, and we had there's the same situation around the dealership in Columbia Township, and apparently, there is somebody that works with you guys or the county, and they can come in, and the problem is if I touch or any normal human touches a gas station, we'd be out of business because somebody would sue us for the pollution and every other
Oh,
thing.
you talking about the dirt? The dirty soil?
Yeah, so, but there is a way for the county to basically, like if they go into a partnership with the business, the way I understand it, they can acquire that property. The local government can tap into the Superfund and get the site cleaned up, and then the ultimate owner acquires it and reimburses the township for the cost. They're trying to do that. There are 3 leaky gas stations in that neighborhood in Columbia Township.
Okay.
And that's what they're trying to get the owners to sell them and do that.
Interesting, I didn't know that. Do something else, go ahead, please.
But I think what he's referencing with that is the land bank, and the county, Clermont County recently in the last year
Yeah.
established and set that up as a land bank, so I think that's been a very good strategic approach to start taking.
And fixing these properties, because otherwise they will never get fixed.
Correct. Okay, thank you for sharing that.
I want to say this, deal or no deal tonight, whether we approve it or don't approve it. I mean, you're a partner in our township. We truly appreciate your business. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I might flip-flop in these, but the used car lot is Union Township. The new car lot is Anderson Township. It splits right down your property for Toyota, is that correct?
Correct.
And so, appreciate you being a partner with the township, regardless of what happens tonight. I want you to know that. And I also appreciate it, because I just want to tell you personally, there's not too many business owners that will come in and address residents head-on. And I commend you for that. I know that takes a lot, and we're going on 10:30 at night, and you're still here. And so I appreciate that very much. And so, and we'll deliberate in a minute. Well, actually, no, we're good. It's all, only questions I have for you, Mr. Woosey, that's all I have. Yeah, so appreciate you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Woosey.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Ms. Wiggins, did you want to go ahead and add one more?
Yes, can I speak?
Yeah, please, one more, and then we're going to go ahead and deliberate, and try to wrap up. But yeah, let's go ahead and do one more. I'm not going to.
I just wanted to comment on what they just
What's up?
said.
What's up? Hold on.
Now, Mr. Woosty didn't say this.
yeah.
Did everybody see the video on the zoning?
Ms. Wiggins, I apologize.
I-
Legal, no.
Unfortunately,
Legally,
because we've closed the proponent testimony, we're not able to reopen that again.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, well, he said some things that weren't true. And if you, okay.
I know, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Can I
truly.
write it?
Oh,
I mean,
wait.
can I submit it?
Well, here, hold on. Okay, let's do this.
It's on the video,
Let's-
the zoning video.
Time out. Let's do
Okay.
this. Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion to open back up anyone that's opposition for Ms. Wiggins, and then we can have a motion to close it. Is there-
So moved.
I'll second. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
Go
make it-
ahead.
I'll make it short.
Please, go ahead.
If anybody saw the zoning commission on the video. That house where his grandmother lives, it was proposed, and it's on this thing, proposed to be a parking lot. And that was said by, I don't know, remember the gentleman's name, Schumacher Dugan. He mentioned it a couple times. That was proposed parking lot in that yellow house when that house becomes vacant. Now they're saying, and then they're saying that this house here, she would go over to that house, or if something would happen to her, they would rent that house. Can you rent a house on commercial property?
I believe so, yes.
You can? Okay. And there was one, about the grass. There was a year, a lady was taking care of the trust, and she had that grass cut every week for a year after Frank had died. He died of COVID, and then she had to take care of his estate, and she made sure that grass was cut every week. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins.
At this time, we're going to close opposition. And this is what, gentlemen, here's what I'm going to do real quick. So there is no perception is reality. So there's no perception of deliberation. I'm going to entertain a motion for us to recess. We've been in session for 4.5 hours, to take a quick, brief break, and then one of you all go that way, I'm going that way, and then we'll come back, we'll deliberate, make and vote on our decision. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
And,
Recess at
going to
10:31.
recess at 10:31.
Thank you, sir. Entertain a motion to exit our recess and come back into session.
So moved.
Second.
Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're back in session at 10:38.
Gentlemen, any chance either one of you guys brought me a cup of coffee? Okay, let me go my paperwork, gather myself real quick. All right, gentlemen, I will entertain a motion for a public hearing case. Well, first we got to do a motion in a second. We already done that?
I think maybe you want to open up for board comments first.
Open up for board comments. And
Well, we'll get a motion in a second, then do comments, right?
Okay.
Or no? Am I wrong? Am I
That's
wrong?
fine.
No, okay, no, fine. Forget it, I'll do that in a minute. Actually, yeah, you're right. Let's do board comments.
Good.
Mr. Becker, do you have anything?
Yeah. I think it was Pat that mentioned the video of the zoning hearing. I watched that video 3 times. And the second, third time, paying a lot more attention. That was interesting. I guess my thoughts are, we're, kind of, the 3 of us acting kind of as a 3-judge, quasi-judicial kind of thing, trying to weigh competing rights, and by preponderance of the evidence, come down, make a decision one side of or the other. So, the competing rights here is, you've got a business owner who owns property that is zoned residential, and he wants to utilize that property so he can keep his business where it is and expand it and be more profitable. Not a thing wrong with that. You have the residents who have problems with water and other concerns, property values and such, very valid concerns. I get that too. I'd say it appears that the biggest problem, the biggest concern has been with the water runoff, and I understand why that's a concern. The engineer and others who've spoken about, the water runoff, and when I met with you all on Thursday, I didn't have those water runoff numbers. It was the next day I got it from Mr. McCormick. Because my question was real simple, and just look at a high level. You got X number of square feet of pavement now, and X number of gallons is rolling off of it. With this new expansion, you're going to have an increase in hard pavement and not much more water running off of it. And I understand the retention basin is going to get a lot bigger too. Show me the math. I want to see those numbers. Is there going to be a bigger problem or a lesser problem at the end of the day? If I'm understanding all this correctly, it looks like it's going to be a lesser problem by a big number. And that's reducing from 28 feet per second down to 2.25 feet per second. That's a hell of a drop. Is it going to solve your problems with water? No, not at all. But it appears to me, based on my understanding, it's going to lessen the problem. So in terms of water runoff, it appears you're going to be coming out ahead on that deal. And also, so I was wrong about one of those gas stations being shuttered, so my apologies on that. So, you get the BP that is shuttered. I don't want to see a dealership shuttered there as well. And it appears that the owner's hands are tied with his contracts with Honda, that, what he has to do or has to have in place, because I remember that was the reason they tore down the Audi dealership. I was kind of driving by wondering, why did they tear down a perfectly good building? Well, they needed to because of requirements that Audi had, and that's worked out much better for them after doing that. So, so based on that, it's just a matter of weighing, whose concerns or whose rights should dominate. And that's what the 3 of us are here to decide. That concludes my remarks.
Okay.
For now.
I'll share a few comments here. So what I tracked was water. Obviously, the preponderance of everyone's issue is water. Water's not been addressed for 30+ years. The runoff down Austin, the uncontrolled water runoff down Austin, uncontrolled water through Hopper Hill and through the drainage in that area. Then additionally, values to the overall residential streets there and the Ohio Pike corridor. And then traffic and safety, and then the fence and the fence for either safety concerns or aesthetics. And then also, the potential of the location of the detention pond being able to be more north. So with that, I was just trying to do a little upfront, again, thinking through the Gatorade jug analogy. It's a controlled leak, right? It takes some time to sit there and hold that button and let the water leave a Gatorade jug. But I wanted to get more to what the numbers were. So roughly 2.4 cubic feet is what we were being told and heard. So 2.4 cubic feet per second, roughly equivalent to approximately 18 gallons of water passing through a specific point every second, similar to moderate garden hose flow or a small stream. So what is your regular garden hose? Regular garden hose is 5.5 to 2 cubic feet per second. So I can see where 2.4 cubic feet per second is a strong garden hose, or a little bit more. So 1 cubic foot per second is like 7.5 gallons. So when they're in that path, so I think they're on mark from what they were referencing in their report and what they're sharing for that controlled leak leaving the detention basin. Now, to address the further topic of more hard space that's being impervious and needing to have a detention basin that captures that, we heard 9 acres, I heard from a resident. So 9 acres, 1 inch of rain in that, 1 inch of rain in that 1 hour period, I think netted out to be, let's see here. Two hundred and 44,000 gallons of water. And with that, with the controlled leak leaving that's about 5 hours, 6.5 hours for that to leave a detention basin. So if it rained, as they were referencing, 5 to 6 hours in 100-year rain, an inch per hour, that gets you to your 24-hour per mark of what they're saying. So the 900,000 gallons over 24 hours, I mean, all that math really, again, just roughly sitting up here at the desk and going through it, that all seems to really check out. So, when it comes down to it, it's that 1 point, it ends up being that the additional piece here, approximately 6.5 hours to drain 1 inch of rain from 9 acres through a 24-inch pipe. That's something else that was shared. That would be a flow rate of 1.39 cubic feet per second. So that's even, a smaller garden hose. So I think what we're getting at here is the fact that it captures all the water runoff that has previously gone down Austin Landing. It's going to get into their basin and their water system. It's going to be able to absorb and hold water for up to a 100-year rain event, and then it's going to slowly release that over 24 hours, which is going to be significantly different for everything that's downstream when it hits Mr. and Mrs. Wiggins, when it hit your property. Because if I hear the math correctly on this, when it's uncontrolled and it's nearly 28 cubic feet per second hitting your backyard, well, yeah, what you see right now, that's 209 gallons per second. So I imagine that lifts the concrete, that floods all of that, that does so much impact. But when we're going to take, this potentially, the solution here that's being proposed, that 209 gallons per second and being reduced to somewhere in the range of that 2.4 cubic feet per second, or 18 gallons. I mean, it's a tenth of what the damage is right now. So I see that as really significantly addressing the water issues across the board. And to that end, increasing home values and, improving the water issues that have been there by, I'd say, tenfold. With that, just in of itself, I think that gives a prospective buyer in the future for those home sites a comfort to know that the water itself has been improved. Now, add the additional investment that's going in nearby, $8 to $10 million is what I heard, and then also what that does to bring in potentially things like the land bank and other people to get to work on the BP. I mean, it improves that entire entrance and improves that entire, so I think from a residential standpoint, you have a lot of things going for you that can improve property values. Traffic and safety, I think that's, anytime we can do anything for traffic and safety, that's a no-brainer. And from this aspect, that building gets moved back, so therefore you're you have a better sight visibility when pulling out on the 125. And I think it's amenable from what the applicant has put forward to be able to, say, move their detention basin further north from the property line that's by Mr. and Mrs. Wiggins. From that aspect, I'm very much concerned about doing nothing on those problems. Water has been an issue for 30 years. Only going to be worse if someone like Mr. Woosty, who's trying to put the correct solution in there for the 100-year rain event into place, and it becomes, as Mr. Becker stated, what'd you say, Slim Shady's car lot, or something to that effect. They're not gonna take care of it.
Slim Shady.
Yes, it's Slim Shady's car lot. Because it's difficult enough to get undercapitalized locations to invest in the property and make the necessary improvements that need to be done, and it's the infrastructure costs that go into that. And so the township is in a very, difficult position when that arises. But the best thing the township can do when someone does not take care of their property is have zoning inspection, have citations, try to take some different actions, but it's really a very difficult thing to fight blight. And I'd be very much concerned that BP condition would continue to kind of creep and then harm the properties with water and additional water that's uncontrolled in the future, and your property values. And then I think we just blow past the safety and the fence and those aspects. So I think those are kind of all the conversation and questions that are on the table. Mr. Becker, you stated it very correctly as far as it's weighing ownership, denying some, the economic opportunity of a property owner, their right to do what they can with their property. I do recognize the Ohio Pike Corridor and the land comp plan. The 2030 comp plan, it's 2030. To me, I asked Mr. McCormick, I said, shouldn't this be like the 2040, or, shouldn't that be where we're at, like looking 15 years out? And that's part of the initiative that he's wanting to look at to basically seek community feedback and input, so that, one, some things can be updated and it can be clarified as to, is the preponderance of the ability to be able to go from a residential to a commercial, how clear is that? And just, I think, have a more well-rounded with stakeholder feedback and engagement. So I look forward to those steps that come down in the future. But as a board, the zoning commission, they had to hold themselves to the land comp plan that's in place right now. Us as a board, we have that flexibility to be able to take into account the broader scope of everything overall within the community and the strategy that we know that we're been executing towards. We had our first working session last month, and be able to look at kind of a larger perspective and picture in the future. So I think we can get to those answers tonight, and be able to accomplish that. And I'll just, I think I'll firmly state, unless Mr. Dills or Mr. Becker, you can point out something more specifically otherwise, I'm confident in having lived through myself and seeing, water runoff that's not controlled when there's silt fencing that's not properly done. But putting the mechanical and putting the subject matter experts, putting the engineers' involvement in the process to be able to correct issues that have been long-standing. And this is an opportunity, a rare opportunity, to be able to correct these water issues on Austin and Hopper Hill to a significant degree, to where they can at least control it from that entry point, which is that 9 acres. And so, it looks like everything is adequately lining up for controlling the water issues, and ultimately, that two-pronged approach increases property values. So I think those are the two biggest concerns that I heard from residents tonight. So I'll floor back over to Mr. Dills or Mr. Becker.
Thank you, Mr. Lynn. Did you have anything else to add, Mr. Lynn? Mr. McCormick, wanted to ask you a question to address what Ms. Wiggins said about the address at 4004 Hopper Hill. The property where Mr. Woosty's grandmother lives, in this resolution, you can go back. Right there, okay, that's fine. So is that in this resolution, or this, I'm sorry, for this specific case, is that in this, for it to be, it could be a parking lot?
In this drawing, it's not shown that there's to be any change. In this drawing, it is shown that the house would eventually come down and that would be used for future inventory display. And that was what I was led to believe was the plan.
Okay. So gentlemen, on your vote tonight, we need to consider that, basically, where Mr. Woosty's grandmother lived, that, right there, south of the parking lot, what we're voting on, that could future be used as a parking lot as well.
That would have to be a major amendment that comes through as plan, as a plan development, correct? There's nothing in this plan that's submitted right now that indicates anything for a future change. It'd have to be a major amendment, correct?
The only thing that's submitted right now that shows it as being parking is this page right here.
Okay.
Everything else in the plans show what we're looking at on this plan, which is the house remains and the
Which means it
garage.
remains, and if they want to do anything, they basically got to come back through this process again, correct?
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, just make, okay,
The only-
so,
the o-
so.
Good catch, I see what
So
you're
I just
talking
want to make this as crystal clear. 4004 Hopper Hill, which is where Mr. Woosy's grandmother currently lives, grandmother-in-law lives, that is not in this zoning case as far as any parking lot, any build-out, and also the property south of that, which is 4000 Hopper Hill, except for a potential detention pond with maybe a fence around it. We'll cross that. That is correct. Is there anything mistaken that I'm mistaken on?
Yeah, the only place that parking lot comes into play is right there. And on all the other plans,
Are we talking about 4011, 4007 Austin Drive?
the one that's more to the north on Hopper Hill, where
I
the
see.
grandmother lives.
Oh, wait, so, okay, hold on. That's what I was just asked. So, so where his grandmother currently lives, yes or no, are we in this public hearings case, they could or could not build and develop on that property?
Their intention, as I understood it, was to follow this plan right here, which was when the house was no longer occupied, the house would come down, the garage would come down, and that would become future inventory display.
Okay. So the answer is yes, that they could. I mean, Mr. Woods said that's not his plans, but in this, we're giving them.
Unless they've changed their plan, that's what we were submitted.
Okay. I need clarity on this. So, yes or no, are you folks planning on building on 4004 Hopper Hill, or no? Yes.
What's the back half? There's a grandma's house.
So
it's
they
a
want to go.
Future inventory display.
Future, so yes,
Yellow
you
is what's part of the
do,
town.
you're wanting the rights for the future of building, basically more parking.
What we're doing, what's yellow is now.
Yep.
The white area.
Yep.
We are showing that as the future, as our anticipation for the future. We assume we have to come back at the end of the year.
Okay. So actually, no, not, I mean, unless we.
We're still on that lot, though. We said that lot.
I'm saying no, if we vote for this, you will not have to come back, because we're basically saying, yes, go and build your parking lot there in the future. So I want to make sure we're all crystal clear, in layman's terms, as if I'm a fifth grader, 4004 Hopper Hill, we're giving them, if we move forward with this, we're giving them permission to build on 4004 Hopper Hill. Is that correct? For a parking lot, correct?
Future parking.
Okay, so make sure we're all on the same page. So, okay, that's right. So, which would not require a major amendment because it's included in this.
That's
I
correct.
think
So
there's some
it's
confusion
the
between
conversation.
the two houses.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
the houses that are in the white on that plan, they've discussed that at an appropriate time, they would like to take those down.
Which is where
and
Mr. Woosy's grandmother currently lives.
I'm
Which
not
is just
gonna- I don't wanna get
just
into
south of the
ownership.
parking lot.
But, so
Yes.
it's saying the northern two houses, they are indicating that they would potentially take those down and build new parking.
Got
That's
that.
included and
That's-
contemplated in this plan.
Not one person's complaining about
What
that,
would
so I'm talking
require,
about.
what would
okay.
require a major amendment is that southern portion, the bigger house and things.
Frank's
Well,
house.
That's Frank's house,
Yeah.
that's,
So that would require a major amendment,
Yes.
but not that part that is hashed off in the plan that you're looking at now.
the small rectangle, 4,004 Hopper Hill.
Yes,
Is
that would
basically,
not have
if
to
we
come
push
back.
this through, they don't have to come back
That is
tomorrow
correct.
or 100 years from now, they can build a parking lot.
That is correct.
However, 4,000 Hopper Hill, they cannot.
The
That would
part that is
require a
not
major
hatched,
amendment
that
for them
would
to come
require a
back and
major
redo this.
amendment and would require
I just want to make sure everyone's understanding as far as communication, there's no room for error on that. Okay, got it.
Absolutely.
Okay, so, you folks are neighbors. You got Honda East, the Woosty family, and you have you folks. It's a marriage. And so, there's compromise. Obviously, not everybody always agrees. I really hope you feel as if the board has asked 1,000,001 questions tonight to all of you folks and to Mr. Woosty and his team that came here to get everything crystal clear and what the game plan is. I hope there's no room for, I've heard the word rumors thrown out of what the plans might be, what they might not be, well, they're gonna do this. Crystal clear. Is there any other room for error as far as not making this crystal clear of what the build is? The only thing I would ask for question, gentlemen, is we would need to decide before we vote of moving this detention pond up from Mr. and Mrs. Wiggins' house and how far. That would need to be discussed.
Can you do
Also,
that? Can't they do that administratively?
I was just gonna
I guess that's a
suggest that.
question.
I was gonna suggest that as far as to work through administratively with the staff on
Okay.
the location of the detention pond, so that way Mr. McCormick can work with.
Okay, Ms. Ayers, that's fine?
He's nodding yes.
Yes.
Okay, and also, because from what it sounds like, Mr. Woosty can care less what fence goes up. To work, and same thing administratively, to work on the fence as well. If the Wiggins family wants their white plastic fence that's behind an existing business, I'm good with that. So, but here's what I'm getting at. Folks, there's gotta be compromise on both ends. So, I have not done the research. I have no idea if Mr. Woosty's telling the truth or not. I just have to err on the side of yes, as far as he's telling the truth. That basically Honda's saying you gotta leave. And what do we do with that property? What do we do? We can't put a dealership there unless there's a dealership that has less restrictions.
Shady Sam?
Shady
Some
Sam,
shady.
yeah, and so, it's really, I mean, the number one, and Ms. Ayers, correct me if I'm wrong on this survey, when you gave me feedback one-on-one, we were talking, I said, what's some feedback on the survey? The number one feedback that I got was, I hate using that word blighted, but let's say worn-down properties. Was that not the number one concern, number two?
It's in the top three. I don't remember exactly where it's at there, but it
And,
was in the top
there is a
three.
lot of, there's not a lot, there's a lot of properties in Union Township that needs some serious fixing up. And, what do you, my question was always that came up was, okay, there's a problem, here's a problem, here's a problem, here's a problem. Well, do we have a solution? Do we have a solution? I don't like just coming with problems. I like to try to come with a problem and then a solution. Because the question is, did you even want the dealership there? Did you want it to expand or not? If you're fine with the dealership and you have concerns, and if all those concerns are addressed and met, would you be okay with it? Some seem like yes, some seem like no. I mean, I don't know what else to ask from the Woosty family to address any and every small concern, whether it be the landscaping, the mowing of the lawn, the what style fence. I don't know what else to ask, and to make this compromise in this marriage work better. $10 million is a lot of money to upgrades, and I think right now, if Honda East stays as is, even without the Honda restrictions, you have a drainage problem, and there's no way that I can walk away from here thinking that if this detention pond was built, it would do more harm than good as far as the drainage problem. I think, I mean, it would have to do good, and I think, it's causing 5 times less water, and they're going double, Mr. McCormick, tell me I'm wrong on this, or if I'm right on this, they're doing double than what the county recommends as far as that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So they don't have to do that.
Or half, I guess,
Legally,
depending.
legally, and according to the county, they can literally do less than half of that and still meet the county's standards. And they're gonna go 2 times the minimum standard, all on their dime, and so we have to try to make everyone as happy as possible. Obviously, when people leave this room, some people are gonna be very unhappy, and some people are gonna be very happy. And all I can say is it's a marriage, it's a compromise, and I'll be very real. I don't want to see a strong business partner leave our community, folks. I don't want to. Beachmont's not going away. It's 65,000 plus traffic count a day. It's going to be a business corridor. It just is. And I think on 4,000 Hopper Hill, which is, we're all referring to it as Frank's property, is that correct? Frank's property?
Frank Haas.
It ain't being touched. It's not being, well, besides the maintenance of mowing and the landscaping, it's not being touched. And then the retention pond, it's got to go somewhere, and it's needed for all those surrounding properties. And so I really think the retention pond's going to do a lot more good than it is harm. And the Honda East building is very, very old, and it has to come down. It has to be replaced. I mean, so those are my thoughts. Do you have something else? Go ahead.
I'm glad you mentioned about the building. Often, everyone gets so pulled into one direction on one specific item, and then gloss over, the building, the facade, and the other updates that's bringing. I mean, when I've looked through the package and the application here, I think it's what we were told, it's Honda's newest design. It looks very beautiful, as that goes. Has looks like great landscaping, facade all the way around. I mean, I think it looks like a very nice, well-done design. And I think that's, they have many choices and options of locations where communities can welcome their business. And I get back to thinking about blight. I get thinking about property values and how that can destroy property values to have a business like that exit and leave. And then the water. So I think my last kind of thoughts on this, gentlemen, is just, I'd rather have Honda and that property put off a garden hose's worth of flow of water through the controlled leak than 209 gallons of water per second into everyone's backyard and Austin Street and creating all the issues that it's taking. And I want to see the people that are here tonight, I want to see their property values improved. So that's kind of my analysis of looking at the overall perspective of what's going on. So I'm supportive of the Honda East project, and if we talk about the motions to add the recommendations for the detention basin to be worked with staff, and recommendation for the fencing to be worked with staff as well. So items 6 and 7 to be added to the recommendations, I believe, then. Well, that's what I'm tracking, because there's already 5 current recommendations. Mr. McCormick, the applicant's aware of the 5 recommendations currently?
Yes.
And they've been amenable to them? Yeah, and so it looks like to add a 6th and 7th item for discussion with detention basin and fence with staff. Okay. All right.
Okay. Any further discussion, gentlemen? Okay, gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion for Union Township zoning case 1-23-Z as in Zulu. Applicant is Wooster Investment LTD, requesting a zoning map amendment for parcels 413-216B as in Bravo 007, parcel number 413-216B as in Bravo 005, parcel number 414-215.001, parcel number 414-215.002, and parcel number 413-216B as in Bravo 064, and lastly, parcel number 413-216B as in Bravo 132 to be rezoned from B1 and R2 to planned development with recommendations with recommended modifications to work with staff on items number 6 and 7 in regards to the fence and the location of the detention pond.
I would make the motion to approve as stated.
I second that.
Any further discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Okay, gentlemen, moving on, next item of business is old business. Do either one of you two have any old business you'd like to discuss?
No, this time.
Mr. McCormick, if you could turn off your display. You get off on the display.
All right, next item is new business. Gentlemen, do we have approval of payments as prepared by our fiscal officer, Mr. Ron Campbell?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item B is in Bravo. Gentlemen, I'm seeking a motion to approve the monthly financial report as prepared by our fiscal officer, Mr. Ron Campbell.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion, Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, item C is in Charlie. Approval of purchase orders. I'm seeking to entertain a motion of purchase orders exceeding $10,000. And actually, before we get to the motion, Ms. Ayers, would you like to go and explain those?
Yes, sir. First matters for Total Quality Logistics for Economic Development Agreement reimbursement for December of 2022, the amount of $57,167.30. Second matters also Total Quality Logistics Economic Development Agreement reimbursement for January 2023, amount of $29,552.24. Next is for Duke Energy for the Civic Center Gas and Electric for a 3-month period, $40,000. Next is Duke Energy for the Lighting District Electric 10-month period, $50,000. Next matters also Total Quality Logistics, the Economic Development Agreement reimbursement for February of 2023, the amount of $100,008.69. Next matters to the Union Township CIC for Economic Development Funding, the amount of $2,677,500. Finally, Software Solutions Incorporated for the VIP Software Support Annual Renewal in the amount of $13,000.
Thank you, Ms. Ayers. Gentlemen, I entertain a motion for item C, this is Charlie, for purchase orders exceeding $10,000.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
Nope.
Mr. Campbell, roll call, please.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, item D is in Delta. I'll entertain a motion to establish the 2023 Union Township Spring Junk Days.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, we're on to item E as an Echo. I'll entertain a motion for Union Township 2023 Farmers Market at the Civic Center.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. And, gentlemen, I'll entertain.
Foxtrot, sir.
No, yeah, gentlemen, we're on item F as in Foxtrot. I'll entertain a motion for a one Ohio settlement authorization. For a motion to authorize our township administrator to sign off on a settlement agreement proposed with the lawsuits with Teva, Allergen, CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Ms. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Item G is in golf. Gentlemen, entertain a motion for our social media policy.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, gentlemen, we're moving along. Item H, I'll entertain approval for resolutions 2023-07, resolutions regarding the non-bargaining unit employee wages.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, next resolution is, I'll entertain a motion for resolution 2023-08, the resolution authorizing a grant application for the Clermont County Parks Grant.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
And before I get into Resolution 2023-09, Ms. Ayers, would you like to go ahead and explain?
Yes, thank you, sir. We are asking the board consider transferring $2,677,500 from the TIF funds to the CIC for the purposes of economic development activities. There has been a opportunity to come to our way to potentially purchase property, a totaling of about 31 acres in the Round Bottom Road area from TC Properties. This is the property that is behind Hamilton Safe, for reference purposes. Property is pricing out about $85,000 an acre. We believe that to be an appropriate price given the market conditions. There's some other property on the Round Bottom Road area that's on the market at that rate. This is some unique property because it is one of the few properties in the Round Bottom Road area that is not in the floodplain, which makes it more valuable than some of the other properties on there. We believe there's going to be some good future opportunity for development in the area. I believe this to be a good investment for the economic development activities of the township. This will facilitate the CIC being able to consider that purchase.
Gentlemen, entertain a motion for resolution, I'm sorry, Ms. Ayers, thank you, by the way, for all the explanation. Sorry. Entertain a motion for resolution 2023-09, resolution authorizing the transfer of funds to the Union Township CIC.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
I got one thing I'll add
Please,
to you,
please.
both of you real fast. As she recognized that this resolution will push for the CIC, Community Improvement Corporation, and so my time and history on the board just shared to both of you and what the public may see or think as different or strange. So we'll be having a community improvement, depending on the vote here, we'll be having a Community Improvement Corporation meeting later to be able to authorize the township to actually do the acquisition of the land. And that's something that historically was taking place in about I think it was about 2015, 2016. Ron, you say share or yes, no, but it was basically a carte blanche authority. If you remember previously, the executive director, Mr. Corey Wright, had the ability through an act in 2015 or so it was, to just be able to acquisition or sell land without it having to be to the public in a community improvement corporation meeting like this. So what may seem strange or new to the public is actually is this board putting, and with Ms. Ayers executing it, putting transparency at the forefront of all the activities that are going on. So that's why this is basically identified to giving the explicit authority for Ms. Ayers and the Community Improvement Corporation, Mr. McCormick, to execute these actions. So thank you.
Mr. Becker? Do you have any discussion? No. I'll be very quick. Ms. Ayers? Mark my words, I think this will be an absolute, not a home run, but a grand slam. I look forward to it. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, entertain a motion for Resolution 2023-10, resolution authorizing the extension of a moratorium for medical marijuana-related business.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion, gentlemen? Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Gentlemen, we are ready for the board comments. Might I suggest you make them as record brief as possible, but I don't want to be stingy with your time. Mr. Becker, did you have anything, sir?
I just want to go home and go to bed. No. No, I think I had plenty of input tonight. I mean, we had a really tough case to consider. It was the toughest one since I've been on the board. And, I think everybody had a fair hearing. Everybody who, wanted to speak was heard. Concerns of both sides were considered. And as you put it well, some people aren't going to be happy and some will. And that's just the way it works. And I feel for the residents and their concerns. And obviously we didn't make them happy tonight. But I think if we'd gone the other direction, Honda pulling out would make them less happy. And they're going to make everybody less happy. So it goes down to that preponderance of the evidence and which is the better route to go. I think we made the right decision.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. Mr. Logan?
Well said, Mr. Becker. I won't double down on any of that with more comments, but, you know, as great as that is to have the interaction and hear from the residents and have that, and it can be a longer meeting sometimes, but it's very value added to be able to hear from the residents like we did. But I don't want to overshadow the fact of, great things accomplished tonight. We did just go through some actions very quickly, which I know we'll circle back and touch on in future meetings. Stuff like the dog park funding being pursued for CDBG grants application, but promoting Lieutenant Reese, and seeing the outpouring and support of the community here for now Chief Reese. And, the aspect there, I just want to emphasize, that from organically what we have seen in the last year or two is several people meet retirement and promote out of Union Township to other locations or other things. And that's phenomenal when you develop people to such a degree that their value overall, increases and that they're able to continue to pursue and promote out into different type of locations. So I think it's a testament to the culture that we build here and the investment and development of the people here at Union Township. But it's great in this role, to be able to see someone like now Chief Reese, who's got that amount of time, before his retirement window, to be able to serve here and continue on in Union Township and, what is ultimately kind of the feather in the cap for the police route, being a chief of a department of this nature. So it's just something I want to reiterate it's great to be able to see and be part of it. So thank you for investing in the culture and the people and the development here at Union Township. And I think it sets us up for long-term successes that should exceed well beyond, our time, and it's here for our kids, right, and here for our future. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Logue. I do think those folks will come back happier. I think that detention pond will hopefully I think it's solve a lot of their problems.
Yeah.
Oh, I really do. I think so. I think so. And I think they'll also be happier seeing a old building no longer there and a nice, beautiful, vibrant building when they pull down their streets. I think that'll also make them a little bit happier as well. And then hopefully they get the fence that they want, they work that out. Of course, Tony Reese, great night for him. It's the first time I've ever been to a trustee meeting here, and it's been out the door like that, at least as trustees. So the year, I'm gonna say year and a half we've been here, it's the first time I've ever seen it this packed, ever. Pretty neat, very neat. Gentlemen, myself and Mr. Becker, I know you were at an event, but the economic forecast breakfast that we were at, I know we were the main sponsor of that. I loved it, very informative, and great partnering with the Clermont Chamber of Commerce. I love those folks over there. Joy Lytle did a great job putting everything on and organizing it, and so I love that event, and hopefully I definitely encourage us to partner with the Clermont Chamber to keep that going. Okay, upcoming events. Tomorrow we have a Park and Recreations Committee, 6 p.m. right over there. Right after this meeting, we'll have a CIC meeting as well. And then last two items, gentlemen, is the Board of Trustees' next business meeting will be on April 11th, 2023 at 6 p.m. right here in this room. And also, we have our next working session on April 25th at 6 p.m. Gentlemen, my goodness, thank you, department heads, for being here. By the way, I'm curious, Ron, just real quick before we adjourn, any idea what the record-long trustee meeting is? Not that I want to break that record, but I'm just curious. Do you have any idea?
We just broke it.
That is a stat I did not want to be a part of. But
Hey, it's good public feedback.
Yeah. Hey, we broke records tonight, gentlemen.
That was the
That's
majority,
great.
public feedback and comment.
Gentlemen, I will absolutely entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Absolutely no discussion. Mr. Campbell, roll call.
Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Mr. Logue?
Yes.
Mr. Dills?
Yes.
We're adjourned at 11:21 p.m.